Hello, everyone, and welcome to Helpful Goat Presents Goataween 2021, Last Hope, Lost Hope, DM'd by me, Hallway. Um, Before I turn things over to players for introductions, I want to do a few quick announcements. Thank you so much, also, first and foremost, to everyone who has joined us for Goataween 2021. We've done 6 one-shots over the course of the month, and we also have the ongoing mini campaign of Monsters. We have had different DMs for everything. We have had tons of different players and lots of different stories, and it's been a whole hell of a lot. So, as I mentioned, this is Helpful Goat Presents Goataween. Helpful Goat Gaming is a small independent game design and game content creation community. If you would like to join that community, Discord, we'll give you a link to join the chat. Or to no, to join the Discord. Yep. We do multiple events. We do sort of movie nights. We do game days. We do all kinds of things. We also recruit for games for stream from there, and we also source questions and other content ideas from the community. Besides that, we stream here on Twitch, twitch.tv/helpfulgoat multiple times a week. The most efficient way to sort of know when we're going live is to follow us here on Twitch, which is totally free. You can also sub to us for free if you have Twitch Prime, which you get if you have Amazon Prime, and that helps us financially. Speaking of helping us financially, if you would like to, you can donate to us through our coffee page, !KO-FI. In the chat, we'll get you a link to that. We tremendously appreciate those. They help us a ton. They help us do more of this. They help us put on more events, find sort of more resources, etc. All of which we love, and we love getting to do more of this, so that support is tremendous. If you would like to get some cool merch along with supporting our stream, you can use !merch to see our merch store. We have a lot of merch. We have also some limited time merch going on right now. Everything will expire on the 15th of November, I believe, which features stickers from the various Goataween 2021 one-shots we have been doing. So check that out. Supports us, supports the artists who have contributed to that, and is pretty cool. Coming up, not this week because it's Saturday at the end of a very long week of a lot of Goataween streams and other streams, but coming up next week on Wednesday, we will have the premiere of Tier, A Simple Job, which will be a new Tier mini campaign in a new timeline of Tier. We have not gotten to spend much time in up till now. And on not Thursday, there's no Spire on Thursday. On Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will have Ghosts and Dragons, The Fates of Rin as the families it up. By which I mean sets lots of things on fire. Yeah, join us. It'll be a little bit lighter of a programming week, but it's been a very busy programming week. You can check out everything we've been doing over on our YouTube archive. We would appreciate that. And also for a couple weeks here on Twitch. Finally, !donate. Here at Helpful Goat, we encourage you to check out causes that we consider important, worthy of your time, worthy of your attention, worthy of your donations. And for October, to sort of celebrate the conjunction of 2 events on October 11th, we have 2 charities. The First Nations Development Institute, supporting First Nations and Indigenous cultures in the United States to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, and the Trevor Project, benefiting LGBTQ youth with advocacy, counseling, support, legal assistance for International Coming Out Day. So, I encourage you to reach out, look at both of those, check both of those out, and if at all possible, look for a charity in your local area that supports one or both of those causes. You almost certainly have one, and donations to those go a very, very long. Now, with the announcements out of the way, I think I am going to quickly introduce myself, let the players introduce themselves and their characters, and then As I said, my name is Galway. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the DM for this evening. And I am going to pass it over to the shadow that was just taking a drink, Joel.
Yes, shadow that was just taking a drink. Hello, everyone. I'm Joel, bot, he, him, his. My costume today is what every robot and human fears most, the blue screen of death. Today, I will be playing Isurus, also he, him, his. Also, he has no last name. A Githzerai sorcerer with several tricks up his sleeves. And we're going to go upwards.
Hi, I'm Emma. I use she, her pronouns, and morning, night, whatever time it is, I'm playing Nareen, who's a dark elf cleric of Twilight. And I'm going to pass it across the top to Lena.
Hi, I'm Lena. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm playing Alium Purple, an Eladrin wizard, whose pronouns are also she, her, hers. And I'm passing that down, which I think is you, Chelsea, hopefully.
Hey, I'm Chelsea, she, her, hers, and today I will be playing Ivana, who is a fairy druid of the stars. And yeah, and I'm going to pass it back to Galway.
Much. Looking forward to everybody. Everybody's costumes look wonderful. I'm just in a Dungeon Master shirt because, yeah. So I'm going to set the scene and then we will get underway. Myself. Vithrin. Kingdom, a continent, a world. Crossroads. Located in a kind of planar nexus, the world of Vithrin used the ability to connect very different worlds and existences, build a flourishing civilization with refined magics and innovative technologies that utilized both magic and the raw energy of magic, mana. These magics and technologies resulted in a safe, prosperous world with a high standard of living for even those with less resources. However, there's a saying in Vithrin, from every order comes chaos, and every strength lies weakness. The sentiment is proven true when it comes to the planar gates of Vithrin. While they allowed Vithrin to serve as a planar travel hub, bringing prosperity and advances, however, dark things have come. The Royal Order of Aracane Watchers protected against such threats, monitoring the gates, inspecting disturbances, and helping to ensure that malevolent forces were not long for this world. So things have proceeded and progressed, and all was well. Until now. Until the year 437 of the 5th. As summer has turned to autumn, the Arcane Watchers have received more and more requests for investigations, assistance, and the like. As autumn truly arrived, the requests became more dire and more Arcane were wounded or killed. Until the days of celebration, Soul's Light Feast, when the boundary between the worlds of the living and the world of the dead is said to be at its thinnest. On the first night of revels, a deafening roar rang out from central Vithrin, and a pillar of unquenchable flame rose to the sky. Around the world, countless portals opened, and streaming through came demon spawn. Communication and teleportation magic disrupted, and the threat of total annihilation very real. King dispatched groups of Arcane Watchers to try and reach the most learned magical practitioners in the lands, in the hopes that one of them, some way of turning back. And it is one of the... What's up? Galway, is Galway quiet?
I listened to it and it seemed fun.
Okay.
I don't know.
I bring this slightly closer and I lower that. Okay. We are following one such group of Arcane Watchers, and you have been sent to find Leoneru Roenge, one of the greatest polymaths amongst the magical researchers. Now, The door swings open, and you half stumble, half drag yourself into the entrance. Around you, crystal lamps shed a vaguely pinkish-white light across the dark wood, fine stone furnishings of Rowange Manor. The door clicks shut and you press yourself against it, hoping to keep out whatever is behind you. Behind you? Link. How did you get here? The discovery in the capital. 8 demons. Your group being sent to find Leonera Rowange to see if they have answers. It's vague, shimmering. You feel like you remember mountain passes. That would make sense. A village full of demons already. Twisting passages or ways? That makes no sense. Pressing on, needing to hurry. You have to find Rowange. You have to get here. You have to find answers. Everything will be lost. You feel terrible. You are battered and bruised, tired, and as you look around, you realize there are too few of you. And now, if everyone could, go around and say sort of what you see as you look around. Who are the figures around each of you? Just describe your own character.
Describe everybody else's characters.
I mean, I can go first, since I think I started the introductions.
Yeah.
Before you is a Githzerai, pale yellowy green skin, tall, thin, with an elongated skull and pointed ears. He has black hair with an undercut with a top knot and a slight goatee on his chin. One's eyes would immediately be drawn to his scarred face, from which a slight purple glow emanates from. He wears aubergine robes with a gold trim, although in public and on this mission he's been wearing a large brown cloak. He carries no weapons, but the group has seen his psionic abilities. He normally keeps a jovial attitude, but in light of recent events has been relatively quiet.
Alium is a rather battered-looking Eladrin. She's middle-aged, but she doesn't really look middle-aged because she's an elf, so she's just kind of looks like she's hit that slowing down time that elves have. And she is rather short, about 5'2", kind of average build. She has striking purple eyes and kind of pale pink, ruddy skin, and really bushy brown hair, and she totally has antlers also. And she is really not armed. She has a dagger, but that's it. She doesn't have any other weapons or armor or anything, really, but her group would know that she's relatively talented with magic as well.
So, Noreen is a dark elf. She's got white hair. Her skin's a very dark, purpley grey, but she almost always wears a very pale white mask. It's a bit battered and cracked, but it is what it is. She is about 5'10" tall, quite thin and rangy, and wears the grey robes of the Twilight clerics over some sort of over chainmail, and she's looking tired and worn. She's been watching the portals for weeks and seeing this increased activity, and when she's not watching, she's been patching up all the people who are getting injured from these things. So she's just quite worn down, but yeah, a little bit beaten up, a little bit cracked.
All right, and Ivana is a 2 foot tall fairy and she has dark blue, almost black wings that fade into purples, essentially the colors of almost pure black twilight have faded into her wings. She has lilac skin with bright iridescent eyes, and she has dark blue hair that is looks like it's slightly glowing with twilight, and she keeps it in a braid to her side, and she has a crown filled with all of her favorite flowers and twigs that she's found along the way. And she looks a little bit battered, but she is still looking off into the distance, super curious of what is in store for them.
Very good. So the room that you find yourself in is a sort of large entry hallway, like a large grand entry hallway. To the north, you can see a massive staircase leading up to the second floor, and it sort of goes up, hits a landing, and then splits off to the left and the right. You can see terminating in doors. The ground floor extends east and west of you pretty significantly, and you can see there's sort of paired hallways. There's two hallways to either the east or the west, one north, one sort of standing just to your left and right, south. There are only 4 of you, which feels too few. And yeah, what would you like to do?
How many more of us do we think there should have been? Like, if it feels too few, do we have an idea of how many we're missing?
You sort of think about it. You think about the situation. Your head is still swimming. It's hard, but for something this big, something this important, and knowing that you've been sent to find Rowange, who they are probably the premier magical researcher in Vithrin. They're not a member of the Watchers. They prefer their independence, but they are undoubtedly a genius. You would think that you would have been sent with no fewer than a dozen of you. You also all know each other, and you know that you're all casters. You almost certainly would have been accompanied by rangers, paladins, fighters. This is an unusually magic focused group, and would not have felt especially safe.
Do you all remember how we got here? Really? Or is this where Rowange lives? It's hazy for me. Where's everybody else?
I do not particularly remember. Perhaps... What happened to our leader?
What happened to the fighters? There should be fighters. There should be others.
I don't want to fight. I guess hopefully we don't have to fight. Hopefully the demons aren't here yet.
You sort of say that. Your hands go to your necks, where you wear a small medallion that identifies you as one of the Aracane Watchers. And each of you feels 2 medallions on your necklaces. The Arcane are trained to take the necklaces of their comrades who have fallen. And you sort of all quickly look at them. You see a couple of fighters whose names you recall. You see the name of a ranger and of one rogue. None of you see your captain's medallion. And you are definitely, as you strain, you think you can remember a couple of others that you knew who were with you, but their medallions aren't here.
Well, fuck. Do you all mind if I smoke? I need a cigarette.
Isurus kind of looks around at the spooky room around them. I don't think anyone particularly cares.
So, Aliam's gonna light a cigarette and just kind of scowl off into the... Why is there grass over there? Can I see that far? There's like grass, or is that like an outside courtyard?
It's an outside courtyard. You also can't
Okay.
see particularly that far right now, probably, but...
And here we have the grass room.
Oh, yeah, that'd be really weird.
That would be, yes.
So she's just scowling off into the distance.
Well, certainly we're not going to stand here. Let's keep going. And Isurus kind of steps forward like 10 feet bravely, and then stops, sees that no one else followed him.
Do we know exactly where we are? We know we have lost people in getting here. Do we know where we are?
Does this fit what we thought Rowange's home
You were going
like?
to the Rowange manor, and this certainly would seem to fit. And as you sort of, Isurus, as you turn back to notice that no one is following you, you do see sort of above the door Rowange's family crest of a griffin and a dragon that then would seem to match that you're in the Rowange estate.
Where are all the people? I don't go to mansions very often, but I would expect some sort of welcome, some sort of staff in a place this size. Where are all the people?
That's a good point, Noreen. Very observant. I guess Isurus, did I say your name right? Isurus?
Yeah, yes it is.
Okay. I guess Isurus is right. We should just try to find Rowange, figure out what's going on here. Get the fuck out.
I mean, my curiosity is piqued. We could explore a bit, see if we can find our comrades.
I think
Curious is one word.
I think at least some of our comrades are dead. That's why we are holding
They
their
could be
medallions.
missing, we don't know. We just have their medallions, which is certainly ominous.
Aliam's just going to give him like a really suffering look. Come on, Isurus. You know we wouldn't have the medallions if they were alive.
Understood.
Noreen's going to start walking around this room to see if she can see anything that might, is there anything in here, anything that might suggest that there's been a fight, that there's been where everybody has gone. They left a note on the table, like, gone shopping, back later, anything at all in this
It's the
room.
whole household's gone shopping.
Demonic incursion.
Yeah,
time to go get snacks.
Well, yeah, it's
Uh,
valid.
Give me a perception check as you're sort of walking around.
Perception.
20. With a 23 perception, you are walking around just sort of this main grand hall area. You don't hear anything, except for your sort of three comrades, Isurus sort of shuffling forward and then sideways a little bit, looking around. The sound of Aliam like taking drags on her cigarette and like putting her hands on her hips, sort of beating of Ivana's wings as she's just sort of like staring up into the ceiling. And that seems weird. That definitely seems weird. You're not hearing anything. You also notice as you turn back that the windows along the doors, you can't see anything. There is just blackness on the other side of them. And that doesn't feel great. But aside from that, you just notice, there's the stairway that sort of goes up and then splits east and west, both sides going up to the second floor, and then 4 entranceways to hallways, 2 leading east, 2 leading west.
It's too quiet here. It's too silent. Other than us, I can hear no one else here. And can you see outside how dark it is? It shouldn't be that dark. If it's not natural, it's not right. There is something very wrong here.
Ivana, you know things about nature. I remember that much from our mission together. What's going on outside?
Well, I know a lot about the night sky, and I don't see a single star, not the moon. It looks just into blackness. And I don't know why that is. Why is it all black? It shouldn't be black. There should never be a time when it's all black.
Maybe it's like really cloudy? Is it really cloudy? Is this what clouds do?
Can I see if there is anything natural going on with the sky, or is it completely clouded?
I'm gonna say that even just your sort of baseline, you spend a lot of time looking up at the sky. That ain't clouds. There is nothing.
It's just a black nothingness. This isn't normal. This something strange is happening here. This should never look like this, even in the darkest of times. Perhaps this has to do with all of this, and all the medallions around us is all connected to this blackness that we feel and we see.
Fucking great. Should we open the door and see what's going on outside?
If one of us is to do it, it should probably be me.
I think that's a great idea. I'll stand back here so I can blast anything that tries to hurt you.
I appreciate that.
Yes, that is very brave. As Isurus also backs up a little bit
Aw,
from the door.
Thanks, Isurus. Coming from you. That's great. And she's gonna have a moment of feeling proud of herself. And she's gonna open the door and see what she sees.
You try to open the door, and you can't. It's a like a latch door, so like the side that you would like rotate a handle and pull. It doesn't. You can't tell if it's locked or not. You can't even turn the handle. It's just frozen, stuck. But as you do that for just a second, like as your hand touches the handle and you try to rotate it down, Ivana, you could swear the blackness out past the windows stirs slightly, like a ripple of a movement in it, even though it's just black on black.
Well, it looks like our darkness isn't just nothing. I think it is a person. Can darkness be a person? I guess stars are individuals. I guess this darkness could be a person too, or a thing. I don't know if it's a person, but it definitely seems to be alive.
I'm gonna go over to Ivana and look out the window with her now. I look confused and mostly annoyed. Okay, I don't think stars can be people, and I don't think blackness can be people either. I'm gonna look out the window. Do I see any movement, or can I tell at all? Have I seen anything like this at all in my research? Run across anything like it?
Give me your choice of history or arcana for the research question. You don't particularly see any. You don't really see movement at the moment.
11. I'm having another
arcana.
great rolling night.
Not really. This doesn't really feel like anything that you've come across.
Well, okay, fuck. I don't recognize this. Do any of you recognize this?
I mean, I've been to several dimensions. This could be like a pocket plane type of thing, but the scary darkness outside is not something I've seen before.
It's clearly bad. Whatever it is, our colleagues are dead, and the door is broken, and the blackness is unnatural at best and at worst alive. I think we should find this person that we have come for and get out before the blackness gets in. The blackness is never good.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Noreen. You're right, Rowange would know how to get us out. They're far more talented than we are. They should be able to figure this out if we can find them. Maybe they're just having a nap.
I'm concerned if she is as talented as we are led to believe, that she has already gone.
Well, then we'd be stuck here.
We should look.
Yeah. We should probably also stick together.
I couldn't agree more. I don't like being inside buildings in general, and this place is rather spooky, and there's a living darkness outside. So the more time we spend together, probably the better.
So, can we see, this whole entryway we're in, Isurus and I, since we're more in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay.
You all can.
Then we see that there's
It is lit,
doors?
and you can see that there's doors northwest, southwest, northeast, southeast, and then a staircase north center.
Can you ping the doors for me? This is a really pretty map,
hard.
but it's a little hard for me to tell which things are doors. Okay, thank you.
They're symmetrical.
Okay.
So, where to first? They're clearly not in here.
Well, when in doubt, go with the right. The right is always right.
There's two on the right. Okay.
Hold on, Isurus. Let me do a vibe check. Because you gotta pick which one the best vibes are in. She's gonna close her eyes. She's gonna think for a moment. And Isurus, which door are you thinking of?
This one over here.
Northeast.
So the top right.
Top.
She's gonna focus on it. Yeah, the vibes are okay in that door. I mean, they're not okay, but you know the idea. They don't feel like they're gonna kill us immediately inside the vibes of that door. Let's do it.
I'm just gonna whisper to Noreen while she stamps out her cigarette on the ground. What the fuck is she doing?
I have no idea, but I might start smoking if this goes on much longer.
Hey, if we're trapped here too long, I don't know if I have enough for all of us.
Isurus is going to speak into Allium's mind, which, since you've been together for a while, has happened at least once before. He just says, Ivana's trying her best. Give her a chance, even if she's just reading vibes.
Allium's going to speak back to Isurus in his mind, which he would also know that she could do if we take the same feat.
Not a feat, but sure, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can speak back to me.
Well, her best is weird. And there's enough weird things already.
Valid. And then Isurus is going to open the door.
Okay. In front of you, you see a sort of longish hallway stretching out. There's lights on the walls. There's a couple of paintings. And then located in the middle of the north wall of the hallway, so to your left-hand side, you see a large set of double doors. That's sort of the overall structure of the hallway.
Isurus has the door kind of half open. You won't believe what's on the other side. It's more doors. Here we go.
We're just going, I guess.
And then the doors are up.
Someone else should decide.
Would you... Yeah, you're in the hallway. You can proceed further in if you want to go and test the doors.
Noreen's going to say, Ivana, any vibes from any of these doors?
Is there a... I'm trying to think. Knowing Ivana's connection to magic, we try to find a door that maybe has some sort of trace, if any, and that would be where she would tend to go first.
There's only one set of doors in this hallway, besides the
okay.
ones you just went through. It's the double doors that are sort of to your left side and leading to the
Okay.
north. You do actually feel pretty good vibes from that direction, though.
Good.
We're making this real vibe checks.
Well, so I'm happy to report that the vibes are good. Yeah, so let's keep going.
I don't know what that means.
Well, for example, that darkness is a bad vibe. We don't like those vibes. We don't want any more of those vibes. Good vibes are vibes that good things might happen. There might be magic present, which is the best kind of vibe, to be honest. Vibes in magic and nature are kind of the best vibing, but the vibes that lead us to our destinations are always great vibes.
Okay.
I really hope behind this door is not more doors. I already hate this maze.
Do you open the
Isurus,
door?
test the door. Yeah, test the door.
It doesn't
now, see
appear
if-
locked at
Okay.
all. Like it doesn't even look like it has a lock. It's just
Right.
an internal door.
Slowly opens the door. Peeks
You
in.
slowly open the door, and what you see is a large library. There are massive windows facing out to the north, beyond which you see nothing but blackness. To your left on the west wall, there's a large fireplace, and to the right, there's sort of a collection of large desks. Any wall space not occupied by windows of the fireplace is lined with shelves of books or boxes that look like they would probably contain documents.
Oh, this is much more my vibe. Where's like the place with like the most documents and books?
If you're going with sort of active ones, it's the desk that's on the right wall, that's like scattered with papers. Obviously, the walls are bookshelves, so if you're just going on sheer number, it's the bookcases. But over there are the documents. And as you all sort of come more into the room, you can also see there's a telescope in the sort of northeast corner of the room, pointed at one of the windows.
Oh, hey, maybe we can get a better look at the darkness.
Ivana is going to immediately, hesitantly, but slightly excitedly, flap over to that telescope.
What's everybody else doing?
Aliam's gonna look really torn between like the bookcases and the documents. Like, should she do what she's supposed to do, or should she just look at books? And then she's finally gonna go over to the table with the documents.
Okay. Isurus and Noreen?
Noreen's going to check out sort of this table, whatever this is here,
Okay.
on the way to the telescope.
You mentioned that there was is this a fireplace over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Isurus is going to leave all the books to the people who actually study magic stuffs, and he's going to head over that direction, kind of look at the fireplace and the bookcases around.
Okay. I'll start with Isurus. Isurus, the books and the sort of that surround the fireplace are what you've seen are sort of very typical magic research tomes. Arguably, the most interesting thing about them is the sheer range of disciplines that they cover. Like, you see an entire series of books on like natural magics. You see an entire series of books on sort of high arcane magic. You see an entire series sort of further down of religious and devotional magics. So this is quite a collection, and this would seem to support some of the things that you've heard of, that Rowange, they are talented in a number of schools of magic. The fireplace is a magical fireplace. It's an everlasting flame. It doesn't spread, it doesn't spark, so it doesn't have a threat of burning down the entire damn library, and just will sort of always be there, providing a constant temperature. Noreen, you're looking at it and you see sketches of what would appear to be magical formulae. Like, it seems like it's a working document. You see a couple of scrolls that are open, and it looks like presumably Rowange was working them into a new document, sort of combining those formulae. And you also see one piece of paper that looks different. It's paler than the others. Like, most of these are kind of like a vellum color, vellum parchment, sort of yellow. This is closer to like a white piece of paper. It's quite small. It's a card about like the size of my palm, with the number 3 and a picture of a heart. Not like a realistic picture of a heart, but just like sort of that the outline of a Aliam, you see a whole bunch of books that are on divination magic, and on essentially different types of prophesying, sort of stacked up a little bit haphazardly. And as you're sort of looking at them, you also notice, along with those books, there are 3, again, cards that are about the size of my palm. A number 1 with an image of an archer, a number 2 with an image of a dragon, and a number 4 with an image of a spear.
I'm just gonna like set the cards to the side because I think they're like a fucking game or something. I don't care. But the divination books are really interesting to me. That's my specialty. Can I kind of tell what Rowange was studying with these?
Give me an Arcana check with advantage.
16.
With 16, these are not spell formularies. Like, they're not how to cast divination spells. They are books that focus on essentially the details of interpreting scrying and prophecy spells. So they seem very focused on how to interpret a given prophecy. And Ivana, you have flittered over, and then you sort of flit up so that your head is at the level of the eyepiece, I assume. Over the eyepiece, you pull off a small card about the size of my palm that has the number 5 and an up arrow. And you sort of look at it, let it aside, put your eye to the eyepiece, and you see the stars of the night sky.
And do they look normal, or is there something strange about them?
You sort of pivot slightly and slowly, and you're sort of like looking around. No, it looks about as you would expect. You spend a fair amount of time in the capital as a member of the Watchers, and even though it's not an enormous city or brightly lit by like real world over the table modern standards, there is light pollution from the buildings and things, versus the Rowan estate, which, from what you easily remember, before your briefing, was out sort of like past a couple of mountain passes and much more out in the country. It looks like what you could see in the night sky when it's completely dark, very quiet. You see a number of familiar constellations, and you're sort of scanning your way through.
Totally not suspicious.
Give me a quick nature check.
Okay.
Actually, you can have advantage on this as well, but you don't need to set anything. We'll just take the higher of your two.
Okay.
And it takes you a little bit, but you kind of get the telescope back to where it was originally. And you're trying to remember, it was on a constellation, but you can't recall off the top of your head which constellation that is.
And that's what I'm seeing is the constellation that I would have known.
You saw some others, like as you were scanning around the sky using the telescope, but then you sort of managed to get the telescope back to where it started. And it is a constellation. It's skipping kind of on the edge of your brain as to which constellation it is.
Okay.
What would everyone like to do?
Noreen has picked up the card. She doesn't really understand anything about the formulae, so she's just picked up the card and is moving over to look at this next desk. So heading over in the direction of Ivana and Aliam.
Yeah, on that next desk over, you see a couple of tomes of conjuration magic that seem to be gate research. This is stuff that you've spent a little bit more time with as someone who's watched, so you know that these are sort of specifications around stability of gates, ways to sort of monitor them, things like that.
And I'm going to look over at Ivana and go, can you see the darkness breathing?
That's so creepy!
I love that. It's so strange. I can feel it. But when I look up, everything is normal. which can't be. I don't understand. But the darkness, it is breathing and it is alive, and I have a feeling it's growing. And I worry for those constellations above. We need to figure this out. We can't let this happen. We can't let this darkness get any larger than it already is. And when I found this little thing, it tells me to look up, and I look up and I see nothing.
What?
And she's going to show off the little playing card that has an up arrow. Up. Like actual up.
There's 3 of those over here too. I'm not sure the card is telling you to look up. Unless these cards are telling me to be a dragon and an archer and get a spear. Well, that last one's not a bad idea, actually.
I met a dragon once. It was very nice. They have a common misconception that they're awful, but if you really give a chance to know them, they can be very kind.
As you sort of go through that and you think about what Aliam has just said, it pops into your mind. The constellation that the telescope started on is the Archer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Archer, yes. There is a constellation that is called the Archer. It is one of the wisest and most precise of constellations. It often means of things to come when you see it. And that is the one I saw. So at least there's a connection between looking up and seeing an archer. Perhaps we just need to find a dragon, and a spear would be helpful in this sort of situation, I think.
Well, I feel like whenever you talk, I have no idea what you're talking about.
There was a card. There was a heart on this table here. So we now have 5 cards.
You would also know, Ivana, with that statement. The dragon, the heart, and the spear are also constellations.
Okay. So, it appears that all of these cards are connected in some way to constellations that all mean different things, but nothing has to do with the darkness.
Isrus has sort of been staring at the fire for a bit, but then hears discussion of cards or something, so he turns around and starts heading toward everyone else. Didn't find much over here. What's this discussion of card games?
Aliam's just gonna roll her eyes and start looking through the papers over here. She has no idea what y'all are on about because she sucks a lot. So she's just looking through all the papers in the center of the room, trying to figure out what Rowange's research was on.
If you sort of take them and put them together, there's just 1 with an archer, 2 dragon, heart, 4 spear, 5
I'm going to take all the cards over to Ivana and the telescope and say, are all these constellations still there? Can you see them, or have they gone?
And she's gonna look in the telescope. Would it be possible to see them all if you were to turn the telescope in a single?
Yes, they are all the same quadrant of the sky. You've started on the Archer, so you know that that's there.
Okay.
Which would you look for next?
I would look for the dragon next.
Okay, you sort of angle up and to the left, and yeah, you can see the dragon.
Okay.
I'm assuming you'll follow the numbers then?
Yeah.
Then you sort of scan to the right and you find the heart. And then you scan further to the right and you can find the spear. What would you like to do now? The last one is an up arrow, and that's not a constellations so far as you know.
Why not, for the sake of a hunch? Is it possible to move the telescope up further than what we'd expect any constellation to
Yeah,
be?
you can certainly angle the telescope
Yeah.
up anyway, and you can sort of keep going. You look up from the Spear constellation, drifting up, and you see stars spangled against a field of black. And as you look, moving the telescope, you see the stars begin to come closer, and you can see the stars in the field that they rest on, and you can see the field that rests on. Layer upon layer of reality exposed to your perspective, and you keep pushing the telescope up, straining your vision, and you can see a dot upon a dot on one of the layers of the field. Sort of adjust the focus, and you see yourself adjusting the focus on a telescope in a room that is slightly dim. Light wood behind you instead of dark, a rug of blue instead of green, different clothes. You see yourself recoil and find yourself on the floor. You swing your vision from side to side. Dark wood, green rug, familiar clothes, familiar friends. And looking back to the telescope, there is a roll of paper resting on a tripod, bound with what appears to be a golden ring around it, and no sign whatsoever of a telescope.
In our room? This is in our room now?
Yes.
Liam doesn't see any of this.
Do I see this? So I'm over there with Ivana. Do I
You see Ivana looking through the telescope. You see Ivana start to look up and then sort of freeze, and then after a little bit like fall backwards, and then you sort of make sure that she's okay, and she seems okay, just startled. And then yes, when you pivot your eyes back to the telescope, there is just a roll of paper sort of standing in what would be the telescope holder, and there's a golden ring around the paper.
I think that this roll of paper is trying to tell us something, and that it might be best to open it.
Liam's gonna look up and look over at you all now. What roll of paper? I thought you were going on about stars again.
The telescope appears to have gone and been replaced by a large scroll of paper. It would seem like those cards were not such a game after all.
What the fuck? Do I know anything about this type of magic? Like, it sounds like Rowan was studying kind of the same stuff I study, but at a much higher level. Do I have any idea what the hell just happened here?
With regard to the telescope?
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like either of the types of magic that you study. That feels maybe transmutation. You have no goddamn idea what Ivana would have been seeing, or if Ivana described any of what she saw, that doesn't... Maybe it could be divination, but it's hard to tell. But yeah, there is a roll of paper with a golden ring on it.
Isurus is going to use his invisible mage hand, which starts to manipulate the letter with the ring around it and carefully open it somewhat away from Ivana, but still probably.
So you sort of move it over, almost turn it up on a shelf so that you can slide it off the ring.
Yeah, something like that.
Unfold it. You can see measured, precise handwriting sort of covering what looks like just sort of a page. you'll have to get closer to it to read it. It's not very large.
Yeah. It's just now that he knows it's not like a trap or something weird opening the scroll, Izris just kind of sort of bring it over to everyone and just holds it aloft in midair without using his hands.
Yeah. So the note found with a ring around it.
Is this ring like a ring that you would wear on your finger, or is this like a ring that you would just use to bind a scroll? Or
It's more like a
is
ring
this
that you would wear around
significant?
a finger
Oh, okay.
of gold. On the note you see, or on the paper you see, perhaps I can use one strength to offset the weakness. The ease of punching through the veil here, perhaps the source of this solution does not have to come from our world, our reality. Perhaps something else can be found that can deal with our proximate threat, something that can strengthen the walls, as well as defeat the threat that faces us. I have never been one for religion, but the power it would take to accomplish these things would certainly be at the level of what people commonly think of as a god. This could be disastrous. I cannot achieve this on my own.
Liam's gonna just light another cigarette.
So you have a golden ring and you have that note.
So Rowan knew a threat was coming, I guess, and maybe it's the threat that we're dealing with now, or maybe something worse is coming. I need to get back to the city. And required the power of a god or multiple people to fight the threat. And I don't know what all this nonsense is about reality. I mean, all the portals lead to it's our same reality. It's just different, but it's not a different reality.
While Allium is sort of smoking and pacing, I think, and I'm going to go to Ivana and say, before you fell, you froze, you fell. You were looking at the stars and then you froze and fell. What did you see in the stars?
It was familiar, yet so different. I saw the world, the plane of existence, I suppose, ours. But then it wasn't. It was something different. It was a mirrored. Like, would she be familiar with these I guess she would be familiar with the portals, even though hers is more of a natural, and like the idea of the twisting of magical reality.
Yeah,
okay.
Certainly is. Especially as an Arcane Watcher, you would be familiar with. Your interest may be more in protecting the nature of your world, but you know that one of the things you're protecting from is these other things.
Okay. So, what I saw, it was a room, it was like ours, except for it was different. There were different pieces. It seemed like... I'm trying to think of the vision. Was the vision was it the darker version or the lighter version that I saw?
The wood was lighter, but like the rug was darker and was a darker color.
Okay. Would I have an inclination as to if it was a darker plane of reality or a lighter plane of reality?
Not really, it just seemed different.
Okay. It was different than the one that we had here, and there was no telescope, and that's where I saw myself, but it wasn't myself, and that's where the ring appeared. So, I believe that this has something to do with those realities and that light and darkness merging together.
Does what Ivana's describing sound like anything I've run across ever in my research? Like even like just a hint or implied or a passing thing?
There are speculations that in addition to touching other planes of reality, like say an element plane, a very different world, there would be the possibility of nearly parallel realities that you could punch into, in which things are very much as they are in your world, but slightly different. Some of what she's also saying about light and darkness blending, etc., reminds you of sort of the fundamental theories of mana, that there is sun and moon, light/life, dark/death. And these are the sort of fundamental properties of mana, and that magic is in weaving them and balancing them and merging them to produce the effect that you are looking for.
Parallel realities. Was Rowan just trying to punch into a parallel reality to get a different solution to whatever problem? That's not anything that anybody was working on in the Aracane Watchers. We don't do that kind of research. At least I don't think so. If anybody was doing it, it would probably be me, and it would probably be off the books, and I wasn't. So...
I think I agree. I think that's what Rowan was doing. It's very confusing, though. And Isris will also sit down the note and pick up the gold ring and just sort of, on visual inspection, see if it just seems to be plain or if there's any markings on it.
There's a pattern of suns kind of embossed into it, like small sort of like Solier symbols just around it.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Why did they hide this note here also? This is all very, very weird. I hate it. Did I find while they were looking through the telescope, did I find anything else interesting in the papers?
More stuff that seems to be on the nature of gates and portals. Notes and sketches around how to improve their stability, things like that. I mean,
and what are the formula that
the formulae?
Noreen found?
The formulae are formulae for different types of portal. Usually ones that have pretty common formulae. Like they're nothing especially advanced. They're well things you know.
Maybe she is looking for a reality where things are more balanced. Here, the dark is encroaching. Ivana says the dark is alive. Maybe she is looking for somewhere with more balance. A reality that is safer.
The dark can't be alive.
The dark is definitely alive.
In a world where the balance shifts and darkness takes control, I see no reason why it couldn't be.
Darkness is just the absence of light. Neither of those things can be alive.
With all due respect, Aliam, you said the cards were just a game, and yet the cards revealed the scroll. So maybe we should listen to the fairy and her vibes.
I was wrong once. We don't have to listen to vibes just because of that.
I can sense some dark vibes in that.
Fine, fairy. What should we do next? Rowan isn't here. The darkness is still outside. I guess we haven't tried opening that window, but we can't open the door.
I would assume that would be a bad thing, to try to open window where living darknesses. We have more to explore, though.
Are there any other windows in here other than the one with the telescope?
There were other windows set into the north wall. There are a couple that are out to the west that seem to open onto sort of a garden.
Okay. Noreen's going to start going round anti-clockwise round the windows and looking out the windows and trying to see the stars.
Okay. Anything that seems to go outside, like to what should be beyond the bounds of the house, is just pure darkness. The garden, you can't get a view of it because like the second story overhangs it. It's more like a little courtyard, and then once you try to like, if you angle and you're trying to look, out to the north, sort of through the garden, the darkness seems to press right up to the garden as well.
And the window where the telescope was, out of that window, are there stars?
No,
or not?
just darkness.
So the stars are gone. There's just darkness now.
Just darkness. There was always only darkness, except when Ivana looked through the telescope.
Yeah. Ivana, were the stars in the telescope, or can the telescope see through the dark?
The stars, they were there as if this darkness didn't even exist. So it does appear that this telescope can break through the darkness. I was going to check again to see if there's any missing constellations or something else we may not have seen, because all of these cards so far have related to the constellations and what we saw. So perhaps that might help us figure out where to go next.
You said you saw this place in a different place? Could they be our stars in a different place? Not our stars. Could they be a different reality's stars? Could you have been seeing into a different reality?
It does seem possible with the way that the room was set up and the feelings. It was like being there but not there, and things felt familiar yet so different. I feel like the best solution is to look through the telescope again. I don't think
The telescope's gone. It was
it's gone.
replaced by the
yeah.
roll of paper.
Oh.
As you've sort of looked around, Allium's been generally looking around. It seems like it's a reference library. There were those cards that seem to point to the constellations. There was the telescope, but there doesn't seem to be much else. There seems to be... Rowange was working on divination and conjuration stuff, with divination primarily concerning the interpretation of prophecy, with conjuration working on sort of stability of portals and gates, but at a fairly basic level. So like this might have more just been a reference text that they had open.
And there aren't like any like copies of the prophecies that they were presumably looking at. Okay.
And that seems like that's about all that's in this study.
Rowan isn't here. Should we check out a different room, I guess?
Yes, I was about to suggest we have lots of good theories, but more would be nice. Ezra starts inching toward the door.
Ivana's gonna look one more time out onto the darkness, give a big sigh, and then head towards the door.
You can...
Galway, did you write this to have so much to do with stars before you knew, or at least this portion, before you knew that Chelsea was going to be playing this type of druid?
Yeah, I did pull some things a little bit more towards like constellations with it. So yeah, you can head back out. There's no other doors in this northeastern hallway. So if you go back out into the main room, there is the northwest, the southwest, southeast, and upstairs.
Is this something or just decoration?
It's just a decoration. It's a little side table. There's like a vase sitting on it.
Just making sure.
Yep. For a one-shot, I'm not gonna like cause you to miss anything important because somebody didn't say perception check or something. Like, you know, I'll generally give you the outline of stuff. So yeah, you have the 3 remaining hallways and upstairs.
Ivana, where should we go next? What is it telling you? The vibes.
What are the vibes telling me?
You feel less positive than the northeast, but still like slightly positive, but ambivalent, but leaning positive, shall we say, from each of the other 3 hallways. And you feel absolutely nothing from upstairs. Not good or bad. There's just nothing.
Well, consulting the all great vibes, I realize I've been using the common term for them. They're actually vibious. It's an ancient form of druidic magic. And I realized that now that you all didn't really understand, it was something that the fairies taught me from a young age, to always trust the vibis, no matter what it may lead you. The vibius or vibes upstairs are rather indifferent. They're not good nor bad. And the vibes from the other locations all seem to be generally positive, but don't go either way. So really, do we want to go for that which is unknown? Or do we want to stay with the positive vibes?
I guess let's sweep this floor before we go upstairs. I've never heard of that type of druid magic, but I guess I don't know druids that well.
All right, which hallway would you like?
Do we just want to go clockwise?
Sure.
I was gonna say, it sort of starts inching toward that way.
Okay. So you get down into that hallway, the southeastern hallway. As you head down this hallway, there is you sort of open the door. It's again not locked. It's just an internal door. It doesn't even have a lock. There's a single door on the opposite end of the hall. The right-hand wall is covered with windows that would be onto the front of the house, all of which have the same blackness just pressed right up against them. And the left wall is covered with a series of paintings and tapestries. The door on the far side has a small latch on your side, which would keep it from being opened if you were on the other side of the door. And it looks like this might go out onto, say, like a garden or maybe the outside of the house based on the length of the hallway. And the paintings on the left-hand wall depict hunting scenes with mounted hunters pursuing, encircling, striking down various beasts. Some of the beasts are strong, some sleek, some camouflaged.
This is a weird shaped house. Does that seem weird to anybody else? It's just a whole, like, empty space. I guess let's see if we can get outside. Ivana, do the vibes tell you that the darkness outside will hurt us if we touch it?
Would I get any sense of
The
that?
vibes of the darkness are ominous.
from what I gather, darkness, no touchy. It just wants to destroy us and everything else. I think it's primarily what I'm getting from it. Not good juju, not good vibes.
Great. I really wish we had fighters with us. So, who wants to throw that door open and then leap backwards? I'm not that dexterous. I'm,
I can open the door at a distance.
That's even better. That's a great idea.
It just seemed like there's like a doorknob on said door.
There's a small like hook and eye latch up at the top that sort of keeps it locked, and then there's a handle.
Mage hand.
Okay, so your mage hand pulls the little sort of hook through. Again, it's not like it's meant to be strong security. It's just enough so like the door couldn't blow open or someone couldn't accidentally wander in from outside. You do that, then it sort of drops down and twists open. The handle pulls the door open, and the door opens onto the paneling of the walls of the hallway. There is no recess, no space beyond. Just solid wall.
Okay, what the fuck? Who just prints a fake door in their fucking mansion? Why would you do that?
As you turn around, you see the door that you walked through to come into this. Opening onto nothing but wall.
Arcana check. Or
Before
something.
that, I'd like everyone to make a composure check for me. So you can pick whatever attribute you want. You'll just roll that attribute.
So I'm rolling my intelligence, and I just make an intelligence check, right?
Correct.
That's what you mean? Okay. So, Chelsea, if you haven't had to do this before, pick whichever of your attributes, so strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma is highest, and then click the word, whatever word you pick. So it'll be on the left side of your whatchamafucket.
There you go. You picked wisdom. Good.
In this, what's the words I was going to say? Are we rationalizing which attribute we're using? Or
Pretty
just
much. It's like if you're trying to calm yourself with sort of intelligence or wisdom, if you're trying to, reassure yourself perhaps with dexterity, it might be I'm sure I can find something, like a lock I can pick to get out. Strength, I'm sure I can smash through a wall, etc.
Yeah, despite having a higher number, I think Israel would be using constitution.
And what happens? Explain to me the mechanics of these. I know it's like a hidden thing that you're tracking.
It's
Does
a hidden
anything
thing. You have a
happen
composure
otherwise?
score, which you could think of like HP. It's something that deductions come from. There is a number that is set for this. We subtract your roll from that number. The leftover is subtracted from your composure. It's not a check that you beat. It's essentially it's set high enough that you probably always lose on these, but all it's doing is chipping a little bit of composure. As your composure falls, things may start to get weirder for your character.
Okay, cool. And for check, because people can't see our rolls, I got a 17, Chelsea got a 15, Em got a 14, and Joel got a 14.
Very good. So yeah, you are now in a hallway that either end of it terminates in doors that are open with walls. Ivana and Noreen, you were both sort of on the side where the paintings are. And it looked like Ivana, you were sort of floating down that side of the hallway. As you now turn back and look at the door, and the Aliam sort of exclaiming, the paintings seem slightly different. They're still the hunt. But now there's something odd about it. The eyes of the hunters in each scene now seem large and dark and hollow. They've turned from the beast they are hunting towards each other. And the blood on the wounds of the beasts is sort of bright and slick. It almost seems wet against the other colors of the paintings. And both of you, distantly, feel like you can hear hooves and the whinnying of horses, horrifyingly twisted.
I'm gonna make some sort of check. Is this anything that I would have any fucking idea what's going on from my research?
So give me an Arcana check.
I fucking fumbled. I can't roll in these one-shots.
You do seem to experience great difficulty rolling in one-shots. Quick reminder for those who might be new. Help will go generally on skill fumbles. We treat it as GM's choice as to whether I treat it as it's absolutely the God's honest truth, absolutely completely wrong, or somewhere in between. If this is magic, it's insanely powerful. That's about all you can get. You have no idea even what school this would be. It would probably have to be multiples. Doesn't seem great.
At some point, Aliam has finished her last cigarette and is smoking another one and just fucking glaring daggers at the doorway in front of her, so the one down at the end of the hallway. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, y'all.
These paintings have changed. Can you hear the horses?
Can I hear the horses now that Noreen said that? Or do I need to get closer?
Yes, very faintly. You can hear, again, it sounds like the whinnying of a horse, but terrifying and twisted, distorted. A little bit of a hoof fall.
I hate these paintings, and I hate that noise. Do any of you know how to start fires? I don't. It's not my skill set.
Ivana, have the stars come back?
Would Lookout have the stars come back?
No. And further, you sort of look out and you're trying to see the stars, and you're like, even like, you know, dropping down, so maybe even like you're standing on the floor so you can look as sharply up through the window as you can. In the upper corner of one of the windows, you see a very faint crack beginning to form in the glass. Noreen, you sort of are looking at the windows as well, as much as you're having Ivana do it. You turn and sort of look at the painting again. The paintings are moving, or the figures therein, to be more accurate. The hunters have drawn blades and turned upon each other, slashing desperately, stabbing with spears. Each strike, blood or paint spatters onto the ground, and the beasts in the paintings begin to laugh through wheezing lungs, and through it all you hear the echo of hoofbeats drumming.
Should I blast the wall that used to be the door? I think that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna blast us out of here.
I think we need to get out of here before the painting comes to get us, or the darkness comes to get us. I think we are trapped here, and getting out is a good plan.
So I'm casting magic missile at the doorway that we came through.
Okay.
I think it's supposed to have more than one missile.
You have to click it multiple times. I don't know why they didn't just make the spell do all the rolls, but they didn't. Waka waka. So just click it twice more for...
So 13 total.
The first one will sort of slam in and you see bits of the wall sort of splinter. And as the second and third are on their way, the doors at either end of the hallway slam shut. So both the one you are aiming at and the one that Isurus unlatched, they slam with an enormous bang, which I am not going to reproduce because it would just be a very loud, sharp clap of wood slamming against itself. And it does with enough force that like several of the paintings on the wall have fallen and are now clattered to the floor.
Now the doors are shut. Are the paintings the same, or have the paintings changed? The ones that are left on the wall.
The ones that are left on the wall actually appear to have reset to what they were when you came in. But the painting nearest you, Noreen, that had fallen, which was one of the larger ones, you hear the piercing cry of a horse, a whinny or a screech, somewhere in between. And the painting lying face down on the floor starts to... And as it comes off the floor, just slightly, you see the form of a horse's leg stretching out. Then you see another horse's leg come out and slowly push it up. The four legs you now can see are skeletal. And as the painting slowly lifts, you can see the rear legs, the ribs sort of expand up, and hanging over its ribs, you can see a pair of legs. And as the painting sort of is thrown back, you now see a heavily armored rider atop a partially skeletal horse. The visor of their helmet is partially open, revealing sunken eye sockets fading into hollow pools of blackness. They dismount with a clink, clink, and hold out their hand, and the form of the horse twists and shudders and snaps into the shape of a large spear that they heft across their shoulders. And as they look at you, spear leveled, Ivana, hear the sound of glass slowly cracking. And the crack in the upper corner of the window gotten larger. And let's roll initiative. As there is now an armored knight standing. So click your tokens and then click initiative.
Forgot to click token. Do this. Change it to that.
I rolled a 4. This is brutal.
All right, we've got everybody in there. Ivana, you now see standing next to Noreen, this sort of twisted knight in dark armor, wielding a spear that used to be their horse. What would you like to do?
Well, everyone, a brief moment of show and tell. This is what we would call a bad vibe. And also, it has a spear. And, I should have looked over this way better than I did before I got here. I'm really good at knowing how to do battle combat.
Do you want some metagamey help? Since
Yes,
this is like
okay. Please.
So the first thing I would do, since you're a squishy fucking spellcaster, is back the fuck up.
Yeah.
And then let me look. I can't remember what spells
I would
you
recommend
have.
maybe Moonbeam in this situation.
Okay.
Durable, sits behind him, just keeps hurting him. Seems like a good idea.
Okay.
And it's very on brand. So yeah, you'll call down Moonbeam. I can just roll that. Mana spells. Moonbeam, work with me. So that'll be 9 damage, and you need Dex save. No, Constitution save.
Oh, sorry.
And wait, before you roll for him, I'm going to use my portent feature, and I'm replacing his roll with my 6 that I rolled.
Fair enough. That means that he will be affected by it. He does not save. And so he will take 9 radiant damage. Very good. So yeah, Ivana, I would recommend flapping maybe to the other end of the hall. I'm just going to move you. And yeah. Noreen, you've got a big, now encased in glowing silvery moonlight, angry knight staring at you with sort of hollow, sunken eyes.
Yay. I'm gonna stand my ground, and I'm going to Sacred Flame. So that's a DC 13 Dex save.
Yeah, 3 doesn't help much with that. So that'll be 3 damage.
Okay. And then can I cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action, can't I?
Correct. Because your
Yeah,
cantrip
so
was an action, so yeah, you're good.
Yep. So I'm going to summon my Spiritual Weapon.
A natural 20 very, very much hits him. So go ahead and roll your damage. So for a total of 10 damage. And you sort of slam him against the wall with your spiritual weapon, and it seems to stagger him just a little bit. Mechanically, I'm going to drop his initiative. Anything else? You're standing your ground, action, bonus action.
Yeah, so I'm just going to leave my spiritual weapon probably next in the sort of the square just behind him.
Cool. I will drag something there to represent that. Isurus.
Okay. Isurus is looking at this figure. Decisions. He's just going to put out a hand and send a purple beam toward it. I don't know if this will work, but he's going to try to cast Mind Sliver on it.
Okay.
Which, if it can be like
Int
psychically
save,
damaged, has a mind, it is an intelligence saving throw.
Galway chat wants to know if we're supposed to be seeing the map. It's okay if the answer is no.
Not. I can put it up for a minute, but actually, I'd rather not because it'll cover all of us. I didn't do a map cutout.
Okay.
Wow. Saving throws. Not this guy's specialty. So he will take 3 damage and subtract 4 from the next saving throw. Great. He needed to be worse at these. That was, yeah. Anything else?
Gonna move forward a little bit, and that's pretty much it.
Allium.
Getting the fuck out of there. And then I'm going to try Mind Sliver.
Mind
So
slivers on mind slivers.
he needs to make a intelligence saving throw.
Why does that spell sound familiar?
He rolled a 5, which given the -4 in great.
Yeah. Does that count as a fumble then?
No.
Damn.
Modifiers cannot make something a fumble.
Oh, he's only gonna take 1 damage.
And then roll a
Fuck.
d4. For the reduction that he'll suffer, he will also take a -2. You sort of see him shift his spear off from where it's been resting on his shoulders, and this is essentially a great spear. And he'll lean back and stab at you, Noreen. Does a 15 hit you?
It doesn't, no.
Does not. As this sort of stab comes in, you can see the spear, the tip of the spear opens, and you can see the sort of toothed maw of a skeletal horse bite at your armor. And then he does it again.
Virgil?
Virgil, can you hear me? And he misses. Ivana, it is your turn.
Okay.
So you still have Moonbeam up. I can't remember how Moonbeam works.
Let me double check that. I think it's this. Oh, actually, it's when it starts its turn there. So we'll have counted. It doesn't actually proc when she cast it. So the damage and the failure from it would have been here. We'll just count it that way because I scuffed the rolls. So.
Okay.
But I won't actually take the saving throw reduction away from you because you failed it pretty bad anyway. He's not good at saving throws.
Oh.
So you're concentrating on Moonbeam, which means you
Yes.
can cast any spell that's not concentration.
Okay.
The cantrips you have that do damage are Thorn Whip, which you have to be closer for. Why do some of these not have descriptions in them?
Because I might have
Yeah, I
forgotten to
noticed.
put them in.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, I'm not exactly sure what these do.
Well,
I can
Thorn
look
Whip
it
is
up.
closer. I remember that.
Magic Stone would be the best cantrip that she has up.
Okay.
I'm just calling up what it does. You're going to make an attack roll, so roll a d20 for me.
All right. 18.
Yeah, okay, that's going to be something like a 24. That'll hit. Then roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Four.
That'll do 8 damage as you fling a stone square into his helmet. And yeah, you've got Moonbeam up. You've got that. That's probably all for this turn. You're at a fairly safe distance back. He's going to have to get through everyone, well, at least 2 people in the party.
Yeah, I'm
before
getting
you-
as far back from it as I can get.
At that point, it's too late anyway.
Noreen.
I'm going to... Same again, so I'm going to Sacred Flame and then hit it with my spiritual weapon.
You can also, if you want to use a spell that uses a spell slot, you can do that
Yeah.
instead of Sacred Flaming.
No, I'm just going to Sacred Flame it.
Fair enough. That's a dexterity save. He has a modifier down, which was a 2. Doesn't help though because he got a nat 20 on his dex save, so he'll take no damage from that. And then bonus action spiritual weaponing, I'm assuming.
Yep.
You've critted twice with spiritual weapon, which was famous as the cursed spell in our group until like Charity finally made it work. Yeah, that absolutely 100% hits. So roll some damage for it. Good God, 17. Paint me a picture of how your spiritual weapon kills him.
Nice.
So my spiritual weapon's like a big sort of scythe of moonlight, and it cleaves down straight through and decapitates the skeleton and the horse maw spear, and the skeleton head just sort of bounces off down the corridor, and the horse maw spear head bounces off after him down the corridor.
as it sort of bounces and rolls and comes to a rest, you see the head the helmet sort of clank. And then sort of so a little bit down from you, you see the helmet on it fall backward. And you see yourself, your own vision, your eyes hollowed, dark, implacable murderer. And you feel very wobbly. Give me a quick composure. Just for you. A 9. You try to shake this off with wisdom. You try to sort of remind yourself that this is not what is real. This is illusion, or this is something else. And you're able to get through, but you feel. You feel a little cold. You blink. You all sort of blink, and as you open your eyes, the paintings are back on the wall, depicting scenes of hunting, normal hunters, normal beasts. In the middle of the floor, directly where the decapitated head lay, you see a small, sort of neatly folded set of paper. Sheet of papers, but sort of folded over.
I'm going to turn to Aliam and go, paper, more your thing. You can take that. And she's going to start sort of, she's just shaking very slightly, so she's just standing very still.
So I'll start looking through the paper.
You open up so it's sort of like it's folded into, like when you fold a piece of paper to hold something in it. And sort of as you undo those folds, you see neat, precise handwriting covering the front or the inside of the paper, along with at the top of it diagrams of what appears to be a magical circle. And what it's containing is a small silvered mirror. And then on the paper, oh, sorry. I made handouts for this so that you didn't have to be entirely
Ask you
beholden.
to talk slowly so I can type it.
Yeah. Not that my narrative voice tends to go very fast. Yeah, but you should now have note wrapped around a mirror. Actually, I think it's just showing for you.
Mm-hmm.
These are offset, of course, by the unique challenges of working in a place with so much access to other planes of existence. The veil here is thin, almost non-existent in some respect. While that allows for unfettered access to a great deal of mana, it means there's very little to build from when constructing magical effects. It is as if we have infinite dressing stone and brick, but no adequate bedrock upon which to build. If my researches are correct, our entire system of magic is vulnerable, in fact, to the shifting nature of the veil here. A significant enough shift, and everything that we have studied and developed may topple over, rendering who knows how much of what we currently have useless. To continue my earlier metaphor, it is as if we have built a tall edifice atop a sheet of silk. It may be glitteringly beautiful, but if the sheet itself shifts, it could come down all the same. We must think on ways to secure this edifice.
So is this the problem they were talking about with the other letter? Are these out of order? Why are there letters hidden in puzzles and monsters?
The letter starts off with, these are offset, but previously there's, at least in the previous letter, there's nothing.
It's a fragment.
And it looks like this, it looks like you've started at the beginning of a page, that there is a page that would go before. Even down to the first letter is lowercased instead of uppercased.
I do not think these notes are hidden in monsters. These notes are hidden in other realities. This one seemed to be hidden in me. The last one, Ivana saw herself in another room, in another place, in the stars, and then a letter. Are these letters hidden in us, in other realities?
Did we all see that the skeleton person looked like Noreen also, or did just Noreen see that? Also, Chelsea's having some tech problems, I think.
Yes, we have recovered. I think you all would have had a hard time knowing who it was because it was a head. And you were like 40 feet down the hallway. So you and Ivana were probably too far down the hallway to see it particularly clearly. Isurus, it might scan, like you saw a bit of like very pale hair, but you also weren't situated well. If let me put it this way, if Noreen said that, you wouldn't be like, well, no, I saw something totally different, but you didn't have enough to come to that conclusion on your own. That makes sense.
So if Noreen sees Alium looking blank, the head, the head, the skeleton, that was my head. It was my head before it was paper.
Well, that's horrifying and strange. Are we really... Did we really just kill a different you? Or was it an illusion?
There is also, Alium, sort of circle and formulae on it. And you can give me an Arcana check if you want to try to understand what that formula might be.
If Alium's studying that intently, I would give her guidance.
Okay. Add a d4. So with the guidance,
so that brings it up to 22.
Nice. You can understand the beginnings of the formula, and you can understand the beginnings of it because it's incomplete, and because it is immensely complicated. It is the sketch of a spell. You believe that it is multiple magics bound into a single spell, but probably it is mostly abjuration. But the most notable thing about sort of the incompleteness of it is that as you're reading this formula, this magical formula, these invocations, these sort of weavings of mana, there are great blanks in it where it looks like the formula is itself designed to contain an entirely other formula. It has an entirely other formula that outputs sort of its answer as a variable in this one, and those are not at all filled in. This construction of a spell is far beyond anything you've ever seen.
This is incomplete, this magic on here, and it's also... This is well beyond my skills or anything I've researched. And it's abjuration, and I don't do abjuration. Do any of you do abjuration?
I do a bit of abjuration, but then again, I don't study things.
Right. That's okay. Not all of us can be smart.
I like Lena dying trying to play a mean character. And I think with you all having discovered this mirror and this letter, let's go ahead and take our break. because it's been a couple hours. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So at about 3:15ish Mountain Time, God Awfully Early Emma time, and or more reasonable 5:15 p.m. LC time. So everybody, about 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, manage your fluids, enjoy a break, grab a snack. We will be back. Hello, everybody. We are back, God willing. So when last we left, the group had managed to defeat a sort of twisted night hunter. It's real to have Noreen's head. Cat has taken back over. Cat has passed. And with that, and the sort of reading of the note and the acquisition of this silvered mirror, the paintings on the walls are back to being scenes of the hunt, but, you know, normal hunters, not sunken-eyed monstrosities. The animals aren't laughing, horrifying, wheezy laughs. The doorway at the far end is once again latched but closed. And the doorway to your side is once again open. You sort of all breathe a sigh of relief at the hallway being back to normal. You're being able to leave again. And Ivana, you are like, oh, thank goodness, everything is back to normal. And you turn and you look, and there is a long, jagged crack still in the window, which you're fairly sure you can see slowly expanding.
Totally not normal. That crack over, can anyone else see it, or is it just me?
Everyone can see it if you point it out to them. You were just the only one who noticed it because you were looking at the windows most.
Everyone, I don't mean to throw off the vibes. I'm sorry. Oh, great vibes. If I threw you off.
Do you mean the Vebis?
Yes, the Vebis. There's a crack, and it's not good. Not good vibes. The darkness hasn't realized that it's there fully yet, but I think it probably will soon. And we should probably figure this out before it does.
So should we, like, get the fuck out of the hallway? You said if it touches us, it's bad. Can we go through that door at the end now? Although if the darkness is out there... Isurus, do you want to try opening it again? It went really well last time.
This time Isurus kind of opens the twists the knob of the door and then just kind of pushes it open with a hand and then runs through it, if it opens.
Are you back out to the hallway? The doorway back out to the hallway is open. Or, like, back to the main entranceway is open. The one you came in...
Oh, you were asking about the other one.
I think Allium was asking about the other door in the hallway.
I mean, I would recommend leaving this hallway.
Alright, fine, let's just get the fuck out.
Okay.
Allium will light up another cigarette and hustle out of this hallway.
So if you're making your way, I think you said you were just sort of going around clockwise, so southwest hallway next? Large bagel. Yeah. This hallway is double wide. Windows to your left-hand side that would face, again, the front of the house. Again, you see nothing but dark, pitch black on the other side of them. And as you sort of start to walk in, the hallway is clean and empty. Dusty. Battle-scarred. Empty. Bloodstained. Clean and empty.
Allium's just going to turn around and try to walk right back out.
You can, yeah.
Well, that one's weird. It's just starting off weird.
I'm pretty sure they're all going to be weird. I mean, we found weird things in that side of the house. Kind of motions toward the other side. If you want, we could skip this hallway. I'm just saying I'm getting really good vibes.
What does the vibe check say to you, Ivana?
Can I get a vibe check?
Again, this hallway, and you feel nothing from the two on the east side now. Like there's just nothing. From the two on this west side, they both feel about the same, slightly positive.
Well, the vibes seem to be generally positive. My cat is making life really hard. Generally positive. So I think we could go either way. We're already here. Might as well go down the weird one.
Might help if we're more prepared for the weird one. And now that Isrus knows that there's not quite so friendly stuff in this house, he's going to cast mage armor on himself.
Okay.
Preemptively.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing if I see him doing that.
I have already killed myself. How much weirder can it become? If the VBs are good, then maybe we should go down this corridor.
I always trust the VBs. They've never done me wrong so far.
Okay, except I think last time you said that they said they were good vibes, and then Noreen tried to kill Noreen.
No. But Alium, this time I am saying there are good vibes. So this time nothing wrong will happen.
Fine. I'm just saying, we're all gonna die here.
Isrus enters the hallway.
Yeah, so it's you sort of brace for that weirdness that you sort of had all felt as you looked in on this hallway at first. It doesn't seem to happen. It's neat, clean. There's not very much in it. Again, there's the windows to the left side, and then to your right side there are 3 doors, all of which are closed at the moment.
With Mage Hand, he's just gonna test the knob of this door.
Knob.
I mean, maybe all of them, but specifically this one to see if it's unlocked.
Knob turns easily. It does look like it has like a keyhole underneath, like an old sort of fashioned internal door keyhole, but it doesn't appear to be locked.
All right, and then cracks the door open, looking inward.
So you just crack it open just barely. You can see what looks like a small like side table and like the edge of a rug. The furniture would seem to suggest that it's maybe like a bedroom, a guest room, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. And he enters.
As you try to push the door open, it stops. When it's sort of open about maybe a foot at most. And if you sort of like try to crane in, it seems like it's hitting something.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is weird. The door is not opening correctly.
And you can hear a thunk of wood hitting wood as well.
Yeah.
So like it's not just stopping in midair.
Mm-hmm. It's not like it's hitting a creature or something. It's hitting some solid object.
Yeah. There is an object, and it sounds like it is an inanimate like piece of furniture or something.
I mean, Ivana can fit through that gap. Do
And I
you
am
want to
very
nip
tall.
in and see what's going on?
You probably could.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to squeeze a little bit in sort of sideways. But yeah, as soon as you're inside, you can see that like a dresser in the room has been shoved up against the door. Not all the way to hold it to, but enough so that it's very hard to get by it. The furnishings are nice. They're not the nicest perhaps you've ever seen, but they're, good quality of everything. There are several bags in the room, and things are just sort of in a state of disarray. The bags are all sort of open. There's sort of clothing strewn about. Furniture looks like it's been pushed even beside the dresser that's against the door, into almost forming a small, like, barrier in one corner of the room.
Does the barrier look like it was someone, so it looked like someone was trying to stop something else from coming in?
So the dresser looks like it was trying to stop something from coming in, and then the other barrier further back looks like they were trying to set up almost a defensive line if something did get in.
Okay. Does there look like there was any sort of like altercation between one party and another? Is there any blood, or is there any sort of telling of anything that could have happened in this room?
So you look around the room, and you're sort of like, again, looking, turning your head around. It's certainly like messy compared to, say, the hallway outside where nothing seemed out of place. And there's clothes scattered about. Sort of pause. There's smoke, and blood, weapons on the floor, gouges in the wood. No, generally neat enough. Maybe someone needed to tidy up, but no signs of a fight. You very much get multiple reality, or not multiple realities necessarily, but multiple visions of the room have flickered through your head. You're like,
How's it going in there?
Remember when we talked about that, that being in one place and then being in another and just a whole lot of scrambles? I think, my brain has become, a scrambled egg. Were we in a reality where, the walls were, moving and a weird color and there was blood everywhere? I don't remember.
Izris kind of turns to everyone else. Is she going insane in there? Or is it more wibbly wobbly stuff?
I mean, that's what this hallway looked like when I said it was weird and we shouldn't go in it. It was flashing between the two. Kind of flashing.
Ivana, is it like the telescope in the stars, where there is a room that's not the room? It's the same room, but in a different time or a different place.
Yep, that's exactly what's going on in here.
Noreen and Allium, behind you, you suddenly feel a flicker of movement. In the archway that you entered this hallway from, you see roiling darkness. And then you sort of see a long clawed hand that appears to be made out of smoke and shadow sort of form from it. And you just hear an immense rustling, as if there's many more things moving in that darkness.
Does it go away after a second?
Sure doesn't. Flop, flop. More hands, and you sort of hear as it's starting to pull itself forward.
Hey, the darkness got inside. I'm gonna magic missile the darkness. Shooting magic missile at it as I back away panickedly.
Ivana, I think you were right. The darkness has arms.
9?
Told you it was alive.
You sort of slam into these hands that you see dissipate as you hit them and then just reform. I like that I dropped something and then something happened on Chelsea's side, and I don't know what that was.
He just knocked over a lamp and my whole thing of water on the carpet.
Oh, do you need to clean it up? We could take a sec.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think I do. There's water
Let's take a
everywhere.
pause.
We'll just pause. We'll be right back. Technical difficulties. Well, we're back. Cleanup has succeeded. So as I mentioned, you sort of launch magic missile out at these hands, and it sort of hits them, and they dissipate, and then just instantly reform. You are quite sure that that did nothing to them.
Magic missile's not working. The darkness is getting in. I'm gonna try this door right next to me and see if... Is that a fucking pig?
I think it's meant to be a chair.
Is this the door? Which of these things is the door?
It was in the middle. You have to...
I was by the door.
As you push it, you hear tink, and it seems to be hitting against some furniture. You think you might be able to try to push your way through?
I'm gonna give it a good shove.
Give me an athletics check.
15.
Yeah, you're able to sort of push the door open enough so that a medium-sized creature can sort of get through.
I'm gonna shout to you, Ivana. I don't know. I just completely forgot your name, Ivana. Maybe just like shut your door. I don't know if darkness can come through doors. I'm going into the room next to you. The darkness is in the hallway. I'm gonna duck in there.
What would Isris and Noreen like to do?
Can't see. Okay. Yeah, Isris is also going to run into the room, and as soon as if all three of them are inside, then bar it.
How far into this hallway is the darkness? Could Ivana get out of that room and come in with us if she wanted to, or is she trapped?
She could if she moved real fast. Like if she booked it, you think that would be possible.
Ivana, come with us. We're going next door, but you need to move, and you need to move fast.
Right. Okay. Just gonna close her eyes. Gonna become one with the vibes. The Vibes. Oh, great, Vibes, let me make it through.
So, Noreen, yeah, you're able to get through that door. Ivana, you come out into the hallway. You see incredibly long limbs that are coming from all the way back at the sort of the archway where you entered this hall, grabbing the ceiling, the floor, the walls, and are stretching for like 15 to 20 feet, ending in long clawed hands. And as you're looking at it, there are many things, but also you get the slight sense as bodies are coming forward in through the archway, that every torso is also connected to many hands.
Okay. After seeing, am I still able to make it into the
Oh
room?
yeah, you can absolutely get in there. That gap's easier.
Bad Phoebus, bad Phoebus, bad Phoebus, bad Phoebus.
What would you like to do in here?
Fucking bar the door with
Okay.
furniture and shit.
Yeah.
Everybody who wants to try to help with barring the door, give me an athletics check to push increasingly heavy pieces of furniture against it.
15 again.
15.
I dumped strength, so I keep
5.
expecting to fail these.
17.
Wow.
Nat 20.
From the smallest creature in the party.
I love, like, you're just, like, so panicked about the bad vibes that you're just, like, have superhuman strength.
So, Allium and
Very.
Noreen is kind of like mostly actually like pointing out pieces that might be able to be moved. Allium and Isurus are like shoving the sort of the pieces that were blocking the door that Allium moved out of the way back in front. And you'll just see Ivana just like fly to the other end of the room and just like grab the handles on like a trunk and just whip it at the door. And it'll just sort of slam against the door. This is also, it seems like a guest room. Ivana, you have the context where it looks slightly nicer, maybe, than the other, but just a bit. But again, everything is well made. There are bags sort of again laying here. And you see as you look at these that these are immensely old traveler's bags. Like they're leather, and it's leather that's aged to the point of being like brittle. Like you can see it if anyone's ever seen what happens to like leather that you haven't treated with something for a very long time and just left. This has that feel. You're also mostly concerned with the fact that from the door, you hear just thump, 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 thump. A long pause and silence, and then you hear a sort of glassy ting, and then everything is quiet.
Let's just stay in here for like an hour or so. Not just because I like short rests, but also because we need to give it time to be safe.
I am not sure we have achieved anything right now other than trapping ourselves in a room surrounded by bad VBs.
Ivana, did you have the chance to look in any bags?
Well,
Was there any in the other room?
Well,
Or-
there was bags, and it did look like there was a struggle. But no, it looked like nothing happened. But then on the other side, it looked like there was blood and claw marks, and looked like the end of the world was happening in there. From what I gather, it looks like someone was potentially planning a travel, and something got in its way before it could leave. But then again, it looks the same as this room does, where there was nothing. I don't like these VBs.
I think we should pray that the dark arms don't make it into this room, and that this room doesn't end up with the blood and the claw marks.
Oh, there's definitely lots of claws. I saw that. And there's some other things attached to them too, but I'm trying to forget because that was scary VBs. Big scary VBs.
I go have a look around whatever's left of the furniture that we've not piled on the door. Is there anything else in this room?
Outside of the sort of like couple of bags, it's, you know, there's a large bed. There's a bedside table which was spared being hurled across the room by a fairy. But honestly, not much. Again, it actually not again. You weren't in the other room. It looks kind of like a guest room. It's nicely appointed as would befit a manor of this size, but it's not heavily decorated or anything. There's a rug, but like there's a mirror. There's not much art on the walls or anything. It doesn't feel like someone's bed chambers. It feels like it's meant to accommodate guests.
And any windows or any other doors?
No other doors. There's a small window that opens onto another sort of garden gallery out to the north side of this.
Can I see anything out the window?
Just the garden sort of gallery. It was sort of like looking at the garden in the other room.
Okay. But I could see the garden, not just
Correct.
terrible encroaching darkness. Okay. Okay. You can see the garden through here, not the darkness.
Is there an angle at which you can look through the window to see, like, more toward? I mean, if we look toward the right, we can probably just see that there's the building still. But to the left, can we see anything?
If you angle to the left, you can see at the very, like, you have to sort of way lean out to get there, but you can see a sliver of sort of what would be, there's a sort of a railing sort of marking the end of the garden, and past that is just blackness. And as you sort of, Isris, are angled to look there, you see over the sort of white marble railing of blackness, and you just sort of see the far edge of that railing is now disappearing into dark.
It seems we have limited time before these babies become very, 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 very bad babies.
Okay, if the blackness is there, it can't be on the other side of the door, correct? It can't be in two places at once.
Unless the blackness is all-encompassing. Or the blackness is many beings, rather than just one being.
Yes, I think it is both there and there.
You could also give me
Places.
you could give me a perception check at the door if you wanted to see if you can sense anything on the other side.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I think that the darkness is still there. 11.
You don't hear anything from the hallway. It's the same as the silence like when you first entered the house.
I'm gonna crack the door open really slowly and like press my eye against the crack. I'm barely opening it. I'm just trying to look around.
You don't see anything in the hallway. It looks neat, empty.
I'm gonna close it again really quietly. I think the darkness is gone for now.
Is there still darkness outside of the window? Would we see?
If you sort of, again, crane your eyes, crane your neck in your position so that you're looking as much as you can to the west over the railing, see. And a little bit more of that white marble is now disappeared into darkness.
If Aliam is right and the darkness is moving, then maybe it is time to escape this guest prison.
Guest prison? We heading for the next room? We haven't found anything on this side yet, and if we need to find us, we haven't found us.
Where would we... Thinking of who we have left, where would you think you might find yourself?
In the bath with a nice glass of wine.
Is there a bathroom on this side?
Maybe there is in the next room.
Are you opening the door?
Yeah, really slowly and carefully again.
So you open the door,
peek out again,
and you're peering as much as you can towards the archway of like where the darkness was coming through originally.
Well, I'm checking both sides.
No, I know, but this is also the way the door opens. Would let you see that best.
Okay.
You don't see anything. You can see the hallway out past, like you can see the Great Hall out past it. Again, everything seems like it's in order. There is no marring or scratching or anything on any of the wood.
I'm gonna poke my head out the rest of the way and check the other side of the hallway.
Directly sort of across from you, in the hallway, there is an obsidian dagger balanced on its point, sitting atop a piece of paper.
Is that there when we came in?
Sure wasn't.
Oh, hey, I think I found the paper. I guess we don't have to always see ourselves. I'm just gonna grab that real quick. And I'm like trying to lean basically to grab it without actually leaving the room.
It's a good 5 feet away from you.
I'm 5'2".
Yes, the component length of your body is 5 feet. Well done. Let's go with normal limbs. You've got about a 7-foot reach if you're laying flat on the ground.
Fine. I will very carefully go into the hallway, watching for me or Isurus or the darkness to retrieve the dagger and the paper.
You do not see anything moving. You do not hear anything stirring. There's a chipped obsidian dagger balanced on its point. As you near it and pick it up, you can see that it is glittering and pure black, utterly clean except for the chips. It is stained and coated with blood. No glistening as it's matted by the blood dried on it, and it is glittering pure black. Aside from it,
I hate this. Have I ever read anything about this, seen anything like this, etc.?
Give me an Arcana check.
17?
17. You did once read about the impacts of some of the most powerful mana weaving can result in echoes of either times past or times yet to be or other versions of time that can kind of start to be pulled in through this woven mana and start to overlap a little bit. It doesn't really tell you which version this is, whether this was a past or a future or an alternate, but you do remember that, and you also now think of the magic formulae that you found inscribed on that other note. If that was a spell that was actually ever carried out, it would certainly count as a greater magic.
have I ever heard of those echoes being actually dangerous or harmful, or just kind of annoying?
Unclear. There are reports of people having seen them and then things being tied, like disappearances, etc., in a similar area, but it is very difficult to know if it was the echo that did that or the magnitude of the spell or something else altogether.
Okay.
And then it's also resting on a note.
Yeah, I'm also going to pick up the note, and then I'm going to carefully sneak back into the room and shut the door.
I'm now showing to you a note found under a dagger. But with the Aracane, it might just be possible. Many of them have good training, and the wards of the Aracane are powerful indeed. If it was Aracane, they might be able to shape and direct the spell, provide an element that I myself might lack. They are strong, but they are fundamentally creatures of this world, this plane. While I have every faith in my prognostications, I'd rather be wrong. What I have foreseen might be enough to shake the Aracane from their normal ways, but it will also risk everything. I've never wanted to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
So, like, did Rowan see the demon thing, the demon hordes, and also bring us here for this, for something? Something that they thought was possible? To stop things?
I wonder if she needs the combination of skills that we have, the religious, and the VBs, and the innate, and the book learning, maybe as a combination that she lacked.
If they saw a way for us to stop this, I mean, that would be great. Could be a little bit less fucking cryptic about it, though. Is the darkness still coming that way? We're probably fine in the hallway.
I thought cryptic book learning was your deal.
Generally. But right now I'm trying to, save the world. Save my sister. Like, get back to the fucking city. Not run out of cigarettes in this terrible place.
I think it is time to move while it seems safe to do so.
Cool, yeah. I'll start heading back into the hallway, assuming it still looks safe, very carefully at first.
Nothing seems to be moving, no sound, no sense of motion. As you do get in the hall, you do notice that the windows are sort of covered in increasingly like webbing cracks.
Should we risk the windows and check out that last room, or should we just head to the last door out in the other hall?
Each corridor has so far given us a message. Maybe we have the message for this corridor. I don't know. I'd rather not come back down here later when we discover we should have gone to the room.
Maybe we just nip in there real quick.
Agreed.
Does the door open if I press on it?
Yes.
Galway?
Yes? I said yes.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I didn't hear you.
sorry. May not have picked up, but yes, it does.
Okay. I'll open it.
I thought I responded yes, and then everyone was just like, the hell? I'm like, I didn't think it was that surprising. It's kind of a,
This door opens?
It opens.
compliment of the outcome.
Can they do
It opens. It's a large, well-appointed guest room. It is entirely in order. It has the nicest furnishings of the three that you've seen so far. There's no bags in evidence. Everything looks like it's in sort of ready state, as if no one is staying here at the moment.
I'll step in just real quick to look for anything interesting or of note.
Not particularly. Furniture. This has a couple sort of like objet d'art, but nothing major.
Okay. Well, there's nothing in here, so let's go.
If we ever get to stay in a mansion, it appears to be worth paying for the more expensive room.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Heading back down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going really quickly past that room.
So down the hallway. And then if you make your way up to the northwest corridor, open the door. Again, it's not locked or anything. You see a long hallway that has two doors, both of which are on the right side. To the left, a series of gallery windows open onto that same sort of garden, sort of courtyard area. You can now you can see faint traces of white marble as the darkness has pushed almost to entirely subsume the railing. So yep, two doors to your right.
At least we know where it is at the moment.
Yeah, and hopefully not coming in here.
Ivana, any VBs for these rooms?
And I get a VB check.
You get a sense of good vibes, but you're having a hard time telling which door it's behind. It almost seems like it's flickering between which door it's behind. That makes sense. Like, first it's the further down the hall door, then it's the closer door, then it's the farther down the hall door. Like, it's switching back and forth.
So, the VBs are generally good, but I have a feeling we have some reality shifting again, because sometimes it'll be good VBs in one room, and then in another. So, the one where it seems the most positive right now is that first one, but that could change. So, do we want to open up the first one because there's good VBs there?
Yeah, the door is actually slightly cracked, so you can just push it open.
Is it cracked enough to be able to sneak through instead of maybe starting off something? Or does everyone
You'd need
look
to
into
push it a little more open, even for you. Like it's
Okay.
it's more just it's not latched or anything. It's just sort of up against the door frame.
Would someone with a larger stature be willing to push it open? I am small.
I'll push on the door.
Yeah, it swings open very easily, revealing what appears to be a large formal dining room beyond. There is a large table with 10 chairs around it. Though there is no place settings or anything, the table is bare. There's some ornamentation. There's some sort of potted plants in the corners, back of the camera. There's a large fireplace on the north wall that looks like it would keep the room quite pleasantly warm if it were lit, but it is not at the moment. So just, yeah, it looks like a large formal dining room that's ready but not imminently set. There is also a door on the western wall of this room, so which would lead into the room that was further down the hall.
Noreen is going to look around this dining room, specifically looking for like a humidor where they might be keeping cigars or cigarettes that they might give guests after dinner that she can give to Alium, who has been chain smoking, because Noreen feels that if she can find some cigarettes, that might go a long way to keeping her calm.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Okay. I'm going to guidance myself for that.
Good.
So that's an 8.
8. This is not a hard investigation. You go over to the sideboard and sort of pull open a couple of drawers. There do seem to be a couple of cigars and a humidor. Doesn't seem to be much else, but yeah, you sort of notice the kinds of sort of hospitality items that you might generally find in the sideboard, and yeah, a couple of cigars and a humidor.
So I turn to Alium and go, I don't know if these would be any use to you, but if you're running low on cigarettes, there are some cigars here.
They'll do in a pinch.
And so there is a
Thank you.
door there, about halfway on the wall out to the west.
Golly, what is this? Just like a weird vase or something?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he wants you to. Isrus is gonna try the door.
It doesn't even have a latch. Like, it's a swinging door. And yeah, if you push it open just like enough to sort of peer through, you can see what looks like the kitchen.
There seems to be nothing in here. Maybe we should check the other room before this one shifts.
Yes, there appears to be a kitchen of some sort.
So yeah, if you're going into the kitchen.
Okay.
So this kitchen, everything in the kitchen speaks to quality and value, sort of placed on good efficiency. There's very little in the way of like ostentation, decoration, but everything is very, very well made. and it's designed to be able to work efficiently. You have a couple of tables, you have sort of workstations, you have shelving along the lines. In the upper left corner, the northwestern corner, you can see a door, which you would suspect would go to the pantry. There's a couple of large ovens, with then a separate stove. And in front of you, as you all sort of go in, you can see on the table, the work table directly in front of you, it looks like a checklist of dishes. Salad with a line sort of drawn. So salad, fish soup, roast vegetables, buttered grain, roast deer, dessert. And everything except dessert is crossed through. And behind you, the door is sort of like, you know, like doing the way that a swinging door works, where it's like, and then as it sort of is slowing down, it hits the point where it's, you know, 2, and instead of continuing to swing, it just stops dead.
Alliam is going to jump away from the door, across the room.
You sort of scrabble over the table. Like, nope. The other door, which leads out onto the hallway, which previously had been cracked, you can now see is also closed too.
Is the darkness here? Or have we been... Are we trapped in the kitchen? I guess there's worse places to be trapped.
Is the food fresh or spoiled?
The ingredients that you can see around you all seem fine.
Okay.
There's not a ton out. Mostly what you can kind of see are gathered sort of scraps that would seem like they would fit with if you were preparing roast vegetables or a roast or like a soup. The trimmings, you know, the clean, the peels, etc. But none of it's like rotting or moldering. It just looks like food had been made.
So it would seem that whatever happened here has happened here relatively recently from this room. It's not been weeks and weeks or months and months since there's been somebody here. Okay. A house this size should have staff. It is not just Rowenge that's missing. Anyone who has those guest rooms doesn't cook their own roast vegetables.
Somebody try the doors and see if we're trapped.
Isurus is gonna go over here, try the door.
The door to the pantry swings open, and as you look in, every shelf in the pantry is bare, overstocked, covered with rot, stocked with fresh vegetables and fruit.
This door opens.
Where does it go?
Is it pantry? Looks relatively normal.
Really, relatively normal.
Relatively.
Okay, well, I meant the doors to get out of here, Isurus. You know that if you'd ever read a book.
Fine, I will do everything myself. And he wanders to the other door.
Does not
looking
move.
out this. Sorry, Noreen's looking out this window.
Darkness.
Is it? Okay. There is darkness on the other side of these windows.
Great.
Well, you see, this door doesn't open. Is there any book that tells us how to open the door, by chance?
Probably. I'm gonna use my... This is so annoying. I'm so annoying. I'm gonna use my researcher feature to see if I can... learn or recall a magical or scientific fact about either knowing that information or where to find that information on how to open stuck doors that are magically stuck.
You know there's a spell called Knock that can open locks. You know that if like there's a magical spell that's binding the door, you could dispel magic. You know that yeah, I think that's probably the most relevant things.
Knock or dispel magic might do the trick. I learned that from a book, Isurus.
I see. So, go ahead. And he sort of motions toward the door.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I learned that those might do the trick from a book.
This is a pretty useless book if it doesn't tell you how to actually unlock the door. Be something they're missing in here. Haven't seen any paper yet.
Galway, why does it look like there's just darkness down in this corner? Is that just a weird artifact from the map, or is that
It's a
something
weird
that I
artifact
should be
from the
worried
map.
about? Okay.
It is not real. It's because there were light sources outside that were then casting shadow.
Okay.
I'm going to just try this door to the freaky corridor.
The handle does not even turn.
Maybe we should have stayed in the dining room where the Vebus were okay.
The Vebus are now more concentrated here, where you are.
Can I get a Vebus check?
Yeah, no, that was it. They are more.
That's it. That's
yeah,
it.
they are more concentrated now, like in here than
But
they
like
are.
good Vebus?
Are they positive or are they
Yes.
like
Yeah.
spooky Vebus? Okay. So it looks as though the Vebus has followed us in here. So that's good, at least.
Oh, maybe it's safe in here.
The Vebus also seem particularly concentrated on that first table, and where you saw that little list of paper, the checklist of dishes.
Can we see anything else?
There's a couple of like mixing bowls and things, but it's mostly that checklist. Salad, fish soup, roast vegetables, buttered grains, roast deer, all checked off, and then dessert unchecked.
So, because the Vebus is generally a magical thing, would this be an instance where I could use detect magic to see if there's anything that has magical tracing?
Sure.
Or have these things have they been like, have we felt? Because like obviously the Vebus have been guiding us in a direction towards these things. Have we felt magic coming off of the items that have been surrounding the notes or anything like that?
Give me a detect magic to do that, because I don't think anyone's made sort of an
Okay.
arcana check, but yeah, if you want to use detect magic.
How do I do that again?
Actually, you don't need to do anything. You can just, if you're willing to use detect magic,
Yes.
I will treat it as you're using detect magic.
Yes.
Each of the items, you can kind of see some of them sort of through pouches and things, are slightly magical. They are tied to abjuration magic, which is often used for shielding or warding or locks, alarms, things like that. You don't see, with the exception of, it's weird to say this, mundane magical items like the lamps are all sort of a magic light emitting crystal, but you don't see a lot else in this room that would seem magical to you. The note in front of you does not seem magical.
I'm going to pick up the note. So we can see the remains of all the preparation of the meals down to dessert.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you can see vegetables and
Yeah.
butcher's twine and things that would make sense for sort of all the other.
Maybe we need to find the dessert.
Maybe we need to make the dessert if there's ingredients.
You did just see, is there a larder and pantry that was full of like fruits and
Yeah.
vegetables? There's cabinets along the wall that you would suspect would have other more sort of dry, good ingredients. Sort of in your work that you do with not the Watchers, you've certainly made large amounts of food for lots of people. So,
Do you know how to make dessert, Isurus? I usually just order in for Lavender and me.
I mean, depends on the dessert. I've done quite a few. Let me see the ingredients first. And he officially goes into the pantry / larder.
yep. You go in there. There's essentially cartons of, not cartons, but like crates of apples. If you're thinking in a sort of more dessert way, apples and pears. They're in the cabinets behind you. You can see sugar and spices. You can see flour.
Yeah, he looks at that, kind of goes out. How long are we planning on spending making this dessert? Because it's kind of a ticking hourglass. There's no such thing as bombs. A ticking hourglass of the darkness. Because we could make a pie with these ingredients. Involves cooking a lot.
How long does pie take? 10 minutes?
Also depends on how hot the oven is. Joel definitely knows how to make a pie.
And Lena definitely does know how to make pie. I will say, from your experience with like the orphanage, you would say that like a simple like applesauce or like apple and pear sauce with like some cream or something would probably also be one of the fastest things that you could make. You're essentially just going to boil the hell out of some fruit.
Now that is a good idea.
I'm going to go over and turn on the oven.
Yeah. Turn on one of the ovens. Clicks on. You can feel the sort of bloom of warmth. With your detect magic still on, Ivana, you can kind of see a little spark of magic. It seems like it's flame, but it's magically produced. These essentially appliances are using the equivalent of magical ignition to produce their effects.
Since you mentioned the detect magic, is Ivana detecting anything from the ring, the dagger, and
Yes.
the mirror? Which I
All
assume
three
people...
of those have a light sort of abjuration on them.
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Which I would have I realized I didn't say it, but I would have told everyone.
If she says that, then I'm gonna pick one to do identify on, because you said that I can just do that without material components.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Um,
Isurus, are you beginning to make essentially an applesauce?
Yeah.
Okay. You gather sugar and spices. You go over to the stove and begin working on that. Does identify? No, identify as an action. You can cast it as a ritual. And so you could cast it as a ritual.
If I cast it as a ritual, does it still take a spell slot? I don't do ritual casting very much.
Rituals
Okay,
don't take a spell slot, but they take 10 minutes in order to cast.
I'm going to do that.
While Isurus is cooking.
Yes, that's probably gonna take 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. So we'll resolve that, and then we'll resolve the cooking side of things. It is abjuration magic that's affecting it. It's not so much that it is affected by a spell, and more that it is a part of a spell. You get the sense that this is almost like the key to a lock.
Which thing?
I thought you said you were holding the ring.
I said any of the three things. The ring? Okay.
Isris, you sort of are throwing things in. You traditionally move for volume and speed more than precise flavoring, but you're trying to make a dessert.
If you cook a little slower and spend 20 more minutes, I can do this on the other 2 items too.
You'll sort of reach a spoon and take a sort of taste. Seems like it's done.
Doesn't it need to rest for like 20 minutes? I've heard you rest things when you cook them.
Yes, of course, this needs to cool for 5 hours. Let me put it down on this table. It will wait.
As you put it down on the table, you can see the dessert line on the note crosses off. And Noreen and Allium, from the oven behind you, you hear a scratching noise.
Like from inside the oven?
Yes.
Okay, I've never really been in a kitchen before. Do ovens usually sound like they have things inside of them trying to scratch their way out?
Generally, the things in the oven should already be dead. That is traditional.
The noise is getting louder.
Going across the room to the other side now.
I'm thinking it is not a roast vegetable. And I'm coming over here.
The door is now beginning to jitter slightly, as if something was pushing on the door of the oven unsteadily.
This is probably bad, Vibis.
Very bad, Phoebus.
Should we let it out?
And with the declaration of very bad Vibis, the door of the oven is going to burst open. And there's just sort of a plume of ash soot that sort of comes out from it. And as you sort of cough and look at that, you hear a clatter from the other room. And the door is now swinging gently as if it is just carrying on with where it had been. The clatter is from the dining room, not the panel.
I was just getting away from the door.
Fair. I just realized I casually said the other room, and there are technically 2 rooms that lead from this.
So the door to the dining room's now open again.
Yep.
And there's something coming out the oven. Okay. Yeah.
The oven appears empty. There's just ash that sort of spilled out of it, as if you had sort of cleaned the oven and hadn't swept the ashes out and were now doing that. But yeah, that is the situation.
I'm going to have another look at that list where dessert was ticked off.
It is now crossed off. Completed list.
Something
Maybe.
was in the oven, and now is that way.
Maybe we should take the dessert to the dining room. It's where it would go.
This is true. It's gonna pick up a bowl of it with his mage hand. Just start carefully inching toward dining room.
I'm going to try and look through the door.
As you look through the door, sort of pushing it ever so slightly so you can get an angle, you can see that the table in the middle is set for 10. A tablecloth laid on it, simple, elegantly shaped porcelain flatware, shining silver cutlery is there.
Did you cook enough applesauce for 10?
I believe I have enough for 20.
Yeah, as you all file out, you can see now there's a fire in the fireplace. There's, again, place settings for 10 goblets of wine. There's a large covered platter in the center of the table. The sideboard where you had previously found cigars from the humidor has like snifters of brandy and spirits that one might have sort of after dinner, tumblers to sort of pour that into. The candles around the edge of the room are lit. And yeah. Isris, are you just carrying the dessert over?
I mean, yes, Isris is pretty confused, but he's gonna start serving at each spot bowl of this dessert.
Yeah, so you sort of are spooning this out, and as you work your way around the table, you spoon out the 10th portion of it. You watch as the goblets on the table tip over one by one, starting from where you had started. Spilling wine out onto the floor in a bit of a cascade that's just dripping. And as you sort of look at that, you see the large covered platter on the chafing dish and tip up just slightly, and from the gap you see a glowing eye sort of peering out at where you've just spooned out a platter of applesauce. And as you watch, the cover begins to sort of again moving very unsteadily, reminiscently of the stove. And you see on the other side the cover raise fully up, and before you see if you could roast a deer and have it stand up. That is what is in front of you. An apple is clamped between its teeth as it unsteadily sort of totters towards you on its legs. And as you look, Isris, it spits the apple in its mouth out at you. Found myself same. Found you, selfish, selfless slaughterers. And that laugh will begin to echo from the overturned goblets, and now it sounds like there are 11 things cacophonously laughing around you. And I need everyone to make a composure check real quick.
Isris is not normally scared, but Isris has backed up to the wall.
I got a 13.
Oh, 9.
Womp.
I mean, I feel like it makes sense for you to have gotten a 6. Like, it's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. And Chelsea 16.
Mm-hmm.
Given that previously we've seen ourselves, Noreen is concerned that you might actually be a deer, and that she's not noticed that. That's very unsettling.
You all sort of twitch and shudder away from this, and as you look back, the room is empty, aside from a bare table surrounded by 10 chairs. No places are set, the fire is unlit, no items are on the sideboard, no candles are lit. Lying at your feet, Isris, is a crumpled ball of paper. about the size of an apple.
Can someone else touch this time? I'm done with touching papers.
Sure. It's fine. The paper can't hurt you. I'll pick it up and uncrumple it, assuming nothing happens.
Yeah, you pick it up and uncrumple it, and inside you see neat, precise handwriting and a small needle, like a sewing needle, made out of white bone. And on it, on the paper, you should now see a note wrapped around the bone needle. Of course, recursion. If our system is built on the thinness of the veil, of the unlimited access to mana, then if I build the solution, it cannot partake of that fundamental feature. Otherwise, as soon as it succeeds, it will itself come undone. It is hard to say what the impact of that would be. It is, of course, perfectly possible that the change would be implemented and the spell that caused it would no longer need to exist. However, if it is needed, the effects would be catastrophic. And like as not, I'd probably be dead and unable to provide further correction. This means, then, something to power the spell must be found that does not depend on the mana as we use it now. Such a power source would have to be immense, as my early draft suggests that the needs of the spell would make it significant, even by the plentiful standards. This line of research is unlikely to be palatable to the Crown or the Aracane, not until the need is presented to them, so I must be cautious.
We're the power source, right? Putting all these notes together. The one we just got before this one. With the Aracane, it might be possible. They're powerful and strong, and maybe they can shape it. Right?
I fear you are right. We are here as a power source for this spell.
I can't be a power source for this spell. I need to get home to my sister. She's a child. She's probably terrified.
I mean, I need to get home to my children as well. It'd be prudent for us to find a way out fast.
If we have a half an hour, or I could just cast some of my spells, like one more spell slot. I don't use all my spell slots. Hey Galway, we ruled before in a previous game that I played with you that I can undercast a spell. Basically, I could, if I have second level spell slots left, but I need to cast a first, that I can cast a second level and it just does the, never mind.
Wait.
I'll just overcast my first level spells to my second level. It was the other way around.
It's that even if it doesn't have a cast at higher level, I will let you upcast it.
Right, okay. Because I might have to use all my identifies. Do we want me to really quickly look at these items we got before we, I guess, go upstairs? Unless we found a way out down here.
I think if we don't cast this spell, we may not have a family to go back to. If we don't stop what is happening here, then our reality may not exist, and your family along with it, my family along with it. I think we may have to cast this spell.
Even if we wanted to, do we know how? The formula I found is missing pieces. It's got gaps. It's just a chunk of it, and I only know how this ring works, not the other three things.
I think we need to understand how it works, and we need to understand how we power it.
Should we try to find the last chunk of the formula?
I think we will need the last chunk of the formula. Maybe if we find the last chunk of the formula, we will understand how it fits together. Maybe with all the pieces, it may be clearer how it works.
I agree with Nerine. Doesn't seem like there's very many places to go but upstairs.
Alright. I'm just gonna really quickly also do this a couple of times. I'm gonna cast Identify twice on the... I guess just, like, I don't know.
So you started with the ring, and then
Yeah.
you'll cast Identify on...
The dagger in the mirror.
Okay, start with the dagger with one cast of Identify. It is faintly covered in abjuration magic, and it has the exact same feel to you as the ring, as if it might be like the key or a lock in a magical formula. Do you want to cast the second Identify on the mirror?
Ivana's detect magic said that these all were abjuration magic, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No. Does Ivana still have detect magic up?
I could detect some magic. Everyone else has been doing it for some time.
I think detect magic is 10 minutes,
Up
so it's already
10 minutes.
it's popped off for Ivana.
You could check, make sure the needle is also abjuration magic.
Sure. Yeah, Isris can do that.
Okay.
It's gonna spend his whole-
Yes, all four items sort of have the exact same glow on them. Abjuration, not particularly magical in of themselves, like to the degree that you don't feel like they have a particular effect
right.
in of themselves.
So I think all of these are probably spell components, all part of the key for the spell. And I guess we go upstairs and see if we can find the formula.
Before we go upstairs, I feel like this may be a good time to do this, because the last time we had a talk about this, you didn't believe, and so now I'm hoping that you do, and that we can take a moment to enjoy the good VBs, and have a powwow of the good VBs before we go upstairs, if that's all right with you.
I don't know what that means.
It's going to
Ivana.
be a good thing, I promise.
Fine. We can have a good VB's time.
And at this, Ivana's going to be so excited. She's just going to spark up.
And she said, okay, gather round.
And I assume everyone gather around.
Yeah, skeptically.
At this time, we thank the great VBs of the world for everything they have done. And at this time, all we can ask of the VBs is to chant together. Ah, 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 staying alive. Staying alive. Chant with me. I can't even do it.
Staying
Staying
alive.
alive.
We thank you, VBs, for this, and we will make you proud.
What is happening?
You head to the staircase
Yes.
with Alium now entirely confused. Ivana, quite pleased and feeling good about things. Isris, somewhere probably in between the two, and Nerine, pondering what it is that you're walking into. You go upstairs. Well, technically, you go up to the landing, and then you go up to one of the sides. Both seem to lead to doors which are closed. And inset onto the door, you can see are 4 depressions, 4 sort of impression slots. One looks like a knife, one a ring, one a pin, the needle you found, and one like a plate, which you think would fit the mirror found.
What do you think the odds are we have to put this all in at the same time so we can't go into the rooms together?
Oh, there's only one door. There's 2
okay.
doors. There's just like up, and it's the kind of staircase where it comes up to a landing and then splits off to either side.
A wedding staircase.
Yeah, wedding staircase. But it looks like if you sort of look across, it looks like the same impressions are on the other side, so it's not split up.
All right, well, I think it's pretty clear what we do here. And if we have to get home to our families, maybe this is the only option. I'll kind of heft the dagger, since that's the thing that I think was mine. I don't know. I never got a creepy thing, for some reason, besides the darkness.
So you place the item.
Sure. I was going to say, Isris is sort of just like, has the ring in his mage hand, is just sort of rotating it. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, you slot the items in, and you feel, as you do this, a slight shift in the air, and the door in front of you begins to slide open. And as the door lies open before you, hear a shattering sound behind you. And looking back, you can see the doors and windows have given way. The inky blackness on the other side is oozing into the manor and moving towards you, staircase.
Oh, fuck.
So you, I assume, go through the door?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
So past the door, I did not make a map for this one, so just on descriptions. Past the door, you find yourself in an expansive room. Sort of, it's looking back. Well, now it's facing south, so it's essentially the floor plan of most of the downstairs. You find yourself in this large room. On the south side of it, sort of corner across from you, you can see another door with bands of light on it. And around the perimeter of the room, you can see a series of low archways. And in the middle of the room are long rows of tables. Aliam, you instantly recognize the archways as portals. Though they are not active, or at least correctly active. Something seems to be weird about them. And then there's tables which you can see papers on.
I want to do a check for what's weird about them.
Okay, you want to go over and check those. What does everybody else want to do?
I would lay my hand on Aliam's head and cast guidance if she's going checking stuff out.
Okay.
And would probably go and look at the papers.
Right. Isris and Ivana?
Would I still have my detect magic up from previously?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then he would kind of be wandering this room looking for Phoebe's.
The bars of light across the door on the opposite wall are pure magic. You can also see them connecting very slightly to the arches, just like there's like little trails of energy. The arches themselves are slightly magic, though again not quite normal from what they should be. And then nothing else seems particularly magical. For those looking at the paper, you see just reams of notes on gateways. You see pieces of paper, and it takes you a minute to sort of position them correctly. It is a massive magical formulae that has these kinds of carved out spaces in the formula, like it would require other formulae to fit into it. And it is much more complete, though it still does not have the formulae that sit inside those sort of variables. You also, on the sort of the top of one of the tables, see a note. The handwriting is familiar, but it is no longer measured or precise. It is desperate. Lines aren't even parallel, with drifting sort of up and down. They are here sooner than I thought. So much sooner. So many more. Every concern validated. Circles have failed. Our messages no longer send. My only hope now is the Aracane. I must hope that those they send can reach me, and that we can do something in time. Beneath that, scrawled even more hastily, I have had to bind the doors. Remember your lessons and find me. Our world depends on it. And you all look up, and also you, Allium, see there are 5 of these archways, 5 portals. The door, Isris, that you are seeing is banded with 4 bands of light. From top to bottom, you see yellow, black, silver, and white. And as you are looking, Allium, give me an Arcana check. With advantage, because you specialize in portals and you also have guidance.
21.
Very good. You move to them sort of from left to right, because that's where you came in, was on the left side of the room. The portals are... When you get close to them, and as you examine the first one, you can see that one of the runes in sort of the construction of this arch has been altered, so that instead of directing energy to the archway, it is directing energy to the door. As you sort of step by the leftmost portal.
In portal language, what would that mean? Like, instead of the energy going to the archway, it's like the door is now a portal instead of the archway?
Not precisely. Instead of, you would guess with that 21 Arcana, that instead of using the magical energy to open a portal to tear and connect 2 pieces of reality, instead that energy has been devoted to blocking the other door. The leftmost portal, as you are very close to it now, you feel around you a light, like the gentle glow of the full moon. The next portal, I'm assuming you're just proceeding down the way. People may have looked at papers and started moving with you. The next portal has no visual stimulus, but if you get close to it, you feel heavy, as if you were being pulled down, as if sort of this binding is threatening to keep anything from escaping. The next portal, as you get close to it, you can feel warmth in the air, and almost, Ivana, you almost feel like you can smell sort of a summer day. And then the next portal, the 4th portal, fills you with a sense of like life and vigor. You feel re-energized. Some of your fatigue fades away. And between these sort of 2 things, this sort of makes a lot of sense to you with fundamental energies that you had spoken of before. The last portal is Vithrin. Alium, you can recognize this. This is hastily constructed. This is not a permanent portal in the same way that the others are, where like it's built into the building. This is similar to the type you use for illicit research. There are no stimuli around it whatsoever. The runes on it are deactivated and obscured. Like it looks like they've tried to wipe out this portal. And the only marker of what it was, besides the remains of magical formulae telling you that it was a portal, is on the wall, a small inset glyph of a teardrop.
Does that mean anything to me?
Not especially.
And remind me again what this hastily scribbled note was. You didn't put that up, so I couldn't copy and paste it into my notes.
Because it's not in a thing. They are here
This is
sooner
what happens.
than I thought. So much sooner, so many more. Every concern validated. The circles have failed. Our messages no longer send. My only hope now is the Aracane. I must hope that those that they send can reach me, and that we can do something in time. And then beneath that, I have to bind the doors. Remember your lessons and find me. Our world depends on it.
Okay. So we have these doors with the colors of the bindings on our notes. It's got the colors of that on the lights, and it's been bound. Rowange is gone. These portals feel like us, except that last one. What do we do with this?
Can't hear you, Em.
Sorry. Maybe that last one is Rowange. Maybe she escaped after she sealed the doors.
We're supposed to find them.
There is a formula on this table. It means nothing to me. It may mean more to you, Isurus. It looks like book learning.
Yeah, if y'all show me the formula, I'll look at it and see if I can figure out what the gaps are, what's missing, how to complete it.
Okay. I'll say two things with this as you've sort of toured these portals and now you're looking at these two things are going to happen simultaneously, but I'm going to start with Alium's. You look at and you suddenly get this sense of flickering. This is not the first time you've looked at these papers. You remember having these explained to you, the nature of the formula, the gaps in the formula, the missing pieces, and you know that you created one of the missing pieces. It's hazy in your head. You can't remember what that was, but you have a memory or a vision, or it is hard to say. Isurus, as you're looking at these portals, you think about the items that you found, you think about this, and you also think, though, about the fundamental laws of mana. Yellow sun, black death, silver moon, white life. And You look and see them, and this is a cycle that's trained into you very well. It's the fundamental theory of mana. It forms the basis of the medallion of the Arcane Watchers. Intersecting swirls of color. Yellow to black to silver to white. That symbol. The medallion that hangs around your neck. Always in that order. Yellow, black, silver, white.
I think the silver portal is meant for me. My other self had the note with the silver mirror, and the moonlight is the silver on the symbol. I think the silver portal is meant for me.
I didn't have another self, but I found the dagger, and it's black, and fits. So maybe the portal that feels really heavy is mine? Do we go through these portals? I don't know if we should go through portals that we don't know what they do.
Looking
Do we? Sorry, I was just going to say, do we still have those 4 items from before?
they're
Or are
set
they
into
locked
the doors
Set into the doors. Okay, that's what I thought.
to open. You suspect that the energy from these portals was used to bar the door, and that if you altered the rune on it, where it sort of is directing that energy, it would probably unlock the door that you can see. That Isris was looking at, that was sort of banded with these colors of light.
Altered the rune to, like, draw the symbols. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, altering it.
You just think of it like an on-off switch. Currently, the rune is directing power that way. If you shut that off, you think that that would then unlock the door.
And I totally know how to do that because I'm a badass portal researcher, right? Okay. I can unlock the door. Do we want to unlock the door?
I mean, if we can, absolutely. The colors of these bands, not in the same order as the essences that we're getting from the portals. Like, I don't know if I can say that's out of character, but the bands are yellow, black, silver, white, but the vibes that we're getting from the doors from left to right aren't lining up with that.
No, from the door it's silver, black, yellow, white.
Yes.
Sorry, from the portals it's silver, black, yellow, white from left to right.
Yes. I don't know how one changes that. I don't think we can change the position of the portals, but can we change the position of the bands?
But we shouldn't, right? Because this is the order it should be in.
I guess, yes.
I say we either step through the portals or we open the door. And I don't think stepping through the portals would do anything right now.
You also, you don't think you could step through the portal. It doesn't seem like, and none of them seem active. I will say that what Isris has described is correct. There is an order on the door of the Bands of Light that is the normal order that you're sort of trained in. The portals don't seem to match that, but each of the portals has a separate rune that is directing energy to it, to the door.
Do the separate runes match that?
What do you mean?
The order?
No, it's just each... They're attached to the gate.
If we need to go through the portals, if they are active, maybe we would need to activate them in the right order, or go through them in the right order, even though they are not laid out in the right order. But I think you are right, we need to open the door.
And I think opening the door will reactivate them, because I think it will put the energy back towards them. Do I actually think that, Golly?
No, not especially. You don't think these portals are going to reactivate.
Okay.
You think that the nature of the portal has been fundamentally altered in order to make a defense.
Okay.
Okay.
Pretend I said that instead. So I guess the only option here is opening the door. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna fuck with the runes and get the door open.
Which rune are you going to mess with first?
You just said I would know how to do this. What are the runes? I'm having trouble picturing this.
There are 4 gates. We'll just go with the 4 of them.
Uh-huh.
Each of them has a runic formula on it. In each of the formulae, there is a rune that has been altered so that it's directing energy to the door. You'll need to change them one at a time.
Okay. So I'll do yellow first.
Okay.
Just go in the order that things are supposed to be.
So you will do that. You will see the golden bar of light disappear.
And then the Black Death door gate.
Disappears.
Silver
Disappears.
and white.
Disappears. As it does, you feel the air shift again, and a cacophonous splintering sound. And now the door behind you that you had come in through, you see grasping hands attached to long, shadowy limbs, pulling their way into the room.
The darkness is here, or maybe it's Rowange. What if Rowange is the darkness? I guess we should just go through the door.
Noreen is going to cast Protection from Evil on Alium as we start to go through the door.
Okay. If you're all pressing through the door,
Yeah.
find yourself in a narrow hallway. You hurry forward as it curves around a bit to the right. At the far end of the hallway in front of you, you can dimly see a door glimmering with fading swirls of yellow, black, silver, and white light. They sort of fade entirely as you reach it and push your way through the door. And hurrying through, you find yourself in a circular room. Every wall is lined with diagrams of magical formulae, runic circles, books. The center of the room is dominated by a massive desk that appears to have grown from the floor itself. Seated at the desk is a figure. Green waistcoat over light blue dress, a silver half cloak with the hood pulled up. The figure's mummified hands rest atop the desk, a deeply patinaed pen fallen to the desktop beneath their hand. They are certainly dead, and have been so for a very, very long time.
Does this look like what we think Rowange is supposed to look like?
It does, yes.
and there's just the dead Rowange, a pen, a desk. Like, there's nothing else in this room.
The books, the sort of pictures, etc. And after a moment, a spectral figure forms behind the body. See you. Necessary. Suspect I mentioned. I am Leneru Rowange, and you are the Aracane that saved Vithrin.
Okay, we haven't saved Vithrin yet. How do we do that?
Oh. Spell. We must prepare the spell. I forget. Even for me, it is difficult. I do not know what the spell is. It was one of the costs of the enchantment that binds us here and binds the spell. I remember the cycle, its twists and turns, and you remember the spell that we... I discovered that the power of limiting access to memory would replace mana in spells, as well as the greater power of binding our very existences to the spells. There was no time. I could not contact anyone. It was a desperate gamble. 2 desperate gambles. One group of you sent to try to find a solution elsewhere. Find a place with more time. You all serving as the shield, buying us time here. We are the undying shield that covers this world, holding back the things that could walk through the veil. Safe. Have for centuries. Though we cannot lead. You cannot remember success.
We've just been here? How long have we been here? Or wait, how long have you been here? What?
Even remembering it is difficult. I would say centuries. But I do not know. There is a note in my hand. Perhaps it will help you. I cannot read it. I presume that means it's part of the spell or an aid to you all. I can think of no other reason I would not be able to recollect writing it or be able to read it.
I'll fly over and go take a look at the note.
With your permission, of course. It's kind of stuck in here a little bit.
It's fine. You can see in trembling handwriting that still you have come to recognize as Rowange's. Our lives go into this very spell, and so we hold to that which is most important to us. Love in the soft glow of moon and stars, the light of gates to other worlds, the darkness that can bring comfort and succor, the bright lights of days of those younger than ourselves. This is the making of our spell, our hope.
Does that note have one that I can copy and paste into my notes?
Sure doesn't.
That's fine.
There you go.
Thank you.
Roll
Thank you.
Give me one last composure check from everybody.
$17.
Oh dear. Lena has
Noreen's gonna
17.
lose her mind.
Maybe.
It's chipping away.
Chelsea was
Cracking.
17. Joel's a 19. And with a 4 on a fumble. Oofta.
Nice.
Each of you standing in this room now remember vaguely. For 3 of you, everyone except Noreen, you can remember and like you can process it like a memory. Noreen, you are almost pulled into standing here in the past. You and your companions are wounded and bloody. Beneath you, somewhere in the house, you can hear the screams of the fighters and the rangers holding the last line as best they can. You've already been given their necklaces because they knew that they wouldn't make it out of it. The captain and the others have gone. You, especially Allium and Rowan, have destroyed the portal that they took. They don't want to risk the demons getting through that. And you prepare for this work of spellcraft. Rowan's masterstroke was realizing that they couldn't do all of it. They built the framework, but each of you must fill in the final formulae. Each of you who embraces different aspects of the mana, the light of stars and moon, life amidst death, dark, the light of many suns and different worlds seen, and the light that comes from punching through the veil, moving between worlds. Each of you must inscribe your formulae to activate the spell.
Like, you want us to do that now? We're not just remembering this anymore?
You remember this, and now you can come back to, you now
Okay.
understand what Rowange means. You must cast the spell. They literally can't. They exist as the framework, just as they developed the framework, but you are the components of the spell.
So I guess if we cast this spell, it fixes things, right? The demons go away. The darkness? No, still not sure what that was.
This is, They look at you. This will be the 17th time you have cast this. Every time you do, you reinforce the prison that binds them. You keep them from taking the world, while we wait and hope that the others can intervene. I studied the recursion, and it is my belief that if it works, this will be undone. We will be free from this spell. Things will return to the point they were. And it is on that hope that we buy them time. It is on that hope that you save this world. You allow people to continue in a sort of permanent today.
So 16 times we've bound them. Where does it recurse to? The fight at the start?
I do not know. I am... My consciousness is limited to the framework of the spell.
So Noreen is crying. She's got tears rolling down, and she's holding the medallion of the ranger or the fighter or whoever who has already died. I have already died here. I have seen myself here. I've killed myself here. If we must do this again, then we must do this again. I do not need to understand why, just to believe that it is what we are to do. It is our duty. It is our role. We must do what we are here to do.
So I'm gonna write my formula, and
As you do this, you concentrate on it. Most of you have remembered it, Noreen. You've now essentially relived using it. Mana will surge from each of you, dark and light, sun and moon, blending into a single force that spreads, gathers, concentrates, and then explodes out immensely quick. Dimly, you hear the door to this study buckling as the shades of the demons seek to stop the spell this time, to free themselves so that they may take your world. You deny them, pushing your energies out, thrusting them back from the doors. The door to this room, to this house, to this world. You sense them as you fade into unconsciousness, your energy spent. You sense them pressing to the door, hunting you and Vithrin itself. But you also know you have bought more time. You have succeeded. And as you fall, the door swings open, and you half stumble, half drag yourself into the entryway. Around you, crystal lamps shed a vaguely pinkish white light across the dark wood and fine stone furnishings of Rowange Manor. The door clicks shut, and you press yourself against it, hoping to keep out whatever is behind you. You blink. Get here. And that is where we will end.
that was really
Oh
sad.
my gosh, that was so sad but so beautiful.
We had to do what we had to do. For the BBs.
Or the
The
BBs.
BBs.
Sad BBs.
So am I right in understanding that we have just finished exactly where we started? Back in the
Yes.
entranceway.
Yep, we're gonna do
Ready
it the
to do it
18th
again.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is designed, and as
Mm.
Rowan specified to you, the hope is that another group will be able to find a more permanent solution which will free you from this cycle. You are not precisely... You are bound to the spell as long as the demons are a threat. If there is a chance to break that threat, then that should also break the spell. As Rowan was saying, they figured out that the recursion could actually work in your favor because they think that the domino point will reset early enough. And yes, exiting the loop was not a good. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out and watching. I also wanted to take a moment, as we've come to the end of this, thank you so much to everyone who was involved in Goataween 2021. Thank you so much to everyone who played. Thank you so much to everyone who GM'd. Thank you so much for everyone who hung out and watched, who followed, who joined the Discord from it. Thank you so much to Lena, who organized the sign-up, getting everybody into games, getting everything going. Thank you so much to everybody who hosted streams. I know it's work, and I very much appreciate it. Everyone did an amazing job with it. I think we had a great time with all of them. I look forward to getting to do it again. And it is an amazing joy to get to look back on the degree to which I think we started our first spooky streams with like 3 games. We now have 6, each of them being done by a different DM or GM, involving so many more people. So it's been so amazing. Thank you, everyone, taking part. Thank you, everyone, for playing. As always, hope everyone stay safe, be well, and yourselves. Love y'all.
Bye.
I'll be-
Bye.
Bye.